Pero no se me está olvidando nada. Ya saben, eso de la edad pega demasiado duro. Espero que estén teniendo un excelente día. Muy feliz miércoles. Oigan, ya es la mitad de la semana. Ya casi llegas al viernes. Pero todavía no, todavía falta bastante para llegar al viernes. Pero ya estás más cerca. Esas son las buenas noticias. Y las Oye, y las únicas buenas noticias que te tengo, ¿no? No, muy feliz miércoles para todos ustedes. Espero que hayan descansado y estén listos para chingarle el día de hoy. Estamos aquí con otro episodio del Casino del Tío Salo, por supuesto. Vamos a revisar todas las acciones, vamos a ver todo lo que está pasando y los movimientos en el mercado. Pero como siempre, antes quiero platicar con ustedes de cómo es posible esto. ¿Cómo es posible que Tesla haya dado los peores resultados en no sé cuánto tiempo y su acción esté subiendo? Habíamos platicado el lunes de que yo estaba esperando un rebote en los mercados, un rebote que haga pensar a que la gente diga, esto ya fue el fondo, vamos para arriba, y justamente es lo que se ha dado. Había dicho también que yo esperaba Bitcoin a llegar a los 94,000 y probablemente topear por ahí de los 95,200, 55,700, 95,700. Estamos cerca, llegamos muy rápido y eso es lo único que me hace pensar, porque está dejando mucha gente todavía subirse a este nivel, lo que me hace pensar que va a haber otro pompas, pero eso lo vamos a analizar técnicamente ahorita. Ahora, quiero, antes de entrar al tema de Tesla y platicar con ustedes de lo que estoy viendo por adelante para que puedan hacer sus mejores, simplemente darles un punto de vista más, pensarlo, hacer su análisis y de ahí, si puede sacarle algo, chido. Eso es todo lo que estoy esperando. Eh, algo que acabo de hacer, solamente quiero decir esto, un paréntesis grande para todo el mundo. Estoy regresando completamente, ya llevo una semana de mi dieta carnívora, estoy regresando una vez más a simplemente ser muy estricto con ella. Todos mis problemas, todos se solucionan con eso. Todos. Todos. Güey, me duele la espalda, me duelen las caderas. Se quita por la inflamación. Güey, me está doliendo la hernia, que no sé qué. Se quita por la inflamación. ¿Tienes granos? No, se te quitan todos cuando comes carnívoro. ¿Tienes eczema, que tienes esa irritación en la piel? Se te quita comiendo carnívoro. ¿Tienes pedos en la visión? Se te quitan siendo carnívoro. Es una mamada. El estómago se te infla después de que comes, se te quita cuando eres carnívoro. Y ser carnívoro no quiere decir que te vas a comer un pollo vivo corriendo por la calle. Simplemente para la gente que tenga este tipo de problemas, al igual que ansiedad, porque aunque no lo crean, la ansiedad viene también relacionada muy cabrón con el azúcar. Así que tengan que poner mucha atención ahí. Para alguno de ustedes, si les sonó alguno de estos problemas que tienen ustedes, chequen la dieta carnívora, se la recomiendo muchísimo, honestamente. Es lo mejor, es lo mejor. No entiendo por qué dejé de ser tan estricto con mi dieta. Es una belleza. Instantáneamente ves cómo te baja todo y cómo te sientes y cómo todo mejora rápidamente. Así que solamente lo quería regresar una vez más, ponerlo enfrente de todos ustedes. Ahora vamos a la parte importante de esto, damas y caballeros. Tesla el día de ayer presentó ¿cómo se dice? Sus resultados. Y sus resultados fueron una absoluta mierda. Iba a intentar no decir groserías, pero también me vale absolutamente madre. No sé por qué estoy pretendiendo que no. Vamos a necesitar una audiencia más PG. Están acá, se les aprecia y tal cual. Lo que quería enseñarles es Tesla earnings, porque bueno, fueron devastadores. Estamos hablando de literalmente, estaban esperando hacer 21.4 billones de dólares, solamente hicieron 19.3. Y bueno, básicamente el net income cayó 71%, todo el revenue cayó 9%, la acción está 41% abajo, pero pompeo. ¿Por qué? Mucha gente, y esto les van a decir, y ahorita vamos a entrar el tema de los aranceles, y saben que no podemos parar. Lo que pasó con Tesla, cuando ves estos números, mucha gente lo va a atribuir a, güey, es que Elon Musk está haciendo político y todo el mundo lo odia. Hay otro lado de eso, ¿ok? Solamente para que pongan un poco, para que no caigamos en tantas tonterías. Si está correcto esto y quiere decir que está alienando a cierta gente, Eso quiere decir que el otro 50% o más de la gente que votó por esto está de acuerdo con él y debería estar comprando coche. Pero nunca nadie habla de eso, solamente todo es malo. Y esto es culpa de solamente Tesla y Elon Musk, nadie más está teniendo estos problemas. Equivocados. Todas las empresas de coche están vendiendo mucho menos que antes. Todas las empresas como lo de las casas, no se están vendiendo las casas. Estamos al nivel más bajo de desde 1990 de movimiento en el sector inmobiliario en Estados Unidos, que es una de las economías más grandes. Me parece que vale 50 trillones de dólares con T de tetas. Así que es algo bastante grande. Casas no se están moviendo, actividad económica en el país es una mierda comparado con antes, se los dijimos, es el corto de gasto. Y ahora, estos son los resultados del primer trimestre. Y ahora viene la gente a decir, no, esos son los aranceles. Se acaban de empezar. ¿De qué están hablando? Y ahora que todo el mundo, ¿no? Porque la narrativa es, no, es que Donald Trump dijo que iba a poner un alto a los aranceles tantito y que iba a arreglarse con China y con todos estos lugares. ¿Ok? ¿Eso qué tiene que ver con vender menos coches? En todo el mundo, que todo el mundo tiene un problema de gasto donde ya no les alcanza, donde la extensión de crédito ya no está siendo la misma, donde el gobierno de Estados Unidos dejó de literalmente imprimir dinero de la nada para comprar sus propios productos, dándoselo a gente de una forma u otra. Lo que estamos viendo literalmente es el principio de deflación. ¿Y cómo sé eso? Sí, y por qué también yo esperaba muy malos resultados de Tesla por los incentivos que están dando. Ahora, ¿los incentivos se están volviendo menos agresivos? No, estoy viendo lo mismo con Rivian. Literalmente este fin de semana, Belén vendió 3 Rivians. Y no es que sea agencia de Rivian ni nada, pero vino una amiga suya que compró la Rivian acá y 2 otras con las que se fue a comer, que las 2 querían una y ya lo pidieron. Usaron nuestro código de referidos. Por eso lo sé. En un fin de semana compraron esto. ¿Por qué? Porque están muy baratos. Y lo mismo con Tesla, están dando unos incentivos muy estúpidos. Y eso es buenísimo. No crean que estoy en contra de ello. Esto es buenísimo. Esto quiere decir que los precios están bajando. ¿Y ustedes creen que solamente está pasando en un lugar? No. Ahora, la narrativa es buenísima y esto es parte de lo que quiero. Ahora, aquí es donde vamos a entrar a aprender todos juntos. Personalmente, viendo este mercado, viendo todas las señales que hemos aprendido acá, como Cathy Wood diciendo que compres el dip y todas estas cosas que hemos juntado antes para no aburrirlos a todos con la misma cosa, yo pienso que vamos a continuar para abajo. Esto es uno de esos rallies, porque se los dije antes de que ocurriera el rally, que necesitamos uno de esos rallies duros donde todo el mundo dice, nah, esto se acabó, para que puedan seguir acumulando, ahora sí que la gente siga acumulando estas acciones y que todas los fondos grandes se las vendan encima y pueda caer a la siguiente parte. Ahora puede estar equivocado si logramos nuevos altos históricos y estoy dispuesto a ahora sí que cambiar mi análisis y empezar a ver qué fue en donde me equivoqué en todo esto. Pero el consumo es el problema más grande que tiene Tesla. El hecho que la acción haya simplemente rebotado con lo de los aranceles es una estupidez gigantesca. Y eso a mí me da todavía más confirmación de lo que estaba yo diciendo antes, de que estamos ante un rebote de mercado bajista y los rebotes de mercado bajista, y se los dije también, son las cosas más padres y divertidas de todo el mundo porque son enormes. De nuevo, uno de estos rebotes en mercados bajistas tienen que hacer creer a toda la gente que ya se la comió entera que esto va a regresar, que acertaron y que compraron todo perfecto. Eso es lo que tiene que pasar con estos rebotes. Es un juego mental, es un juego bastante divertido, honestamente, que estamos analizando todo el tiempo por acá. Así que si estamos pensando que Tesla tiene un problema. Y también quiero decirles esto. Es una estupidez como la gente, y me vuelve un poco, esto ya es problema interior, así que se los voy a compartir de todas maneras, porque a cada uno de nosotros decidimos qué nos molesta y qué no. Me vuelve loco escuchar las pláticas de toda la gente que analiza Tesla, diciendo, oh, es que la acción está muy abajo, Elon tiene que regresar, salirse del gobierno, que fue algo de lo que habló después, ¿no? La razón por la que la acción también subió fue porque tuvo una plática después, el earnings call, ¿no? La llamada de ingresos. Y en su llamada de ingresos, Elon se enfocó muchísimo en vender a la gente en robotaxi, todavía sigue. Austin va a ser el primer lugar donde vamos a empezar. Creo que va a empezar en julio, va a empezar con 10 a 20 coches, de ahí va a expandir, bla, 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 todo eso. También le dijo a todo el mundo que se esté enfocando en todo lo que es autonomía, inteligencia artificial, los robots. Van a empezar a producir robots para poder estar produciendo 1 millón de Optimus para el año 2030. Elon pone su, ¿cómo se dice? Su objetivo un poco más, ya saben, un poco más esperanzador, diciendo que en el 2029 vamos a tener, ¿cómo se llama? Vamos a tener 1 millón de Tesla bots producidos por año. El 2029 no está tan lejos ya, o sea, estamos en 2025. Esto ya se coció casi hacia la mitad, ¿no? Del 2025. Una locura cómo ha pasado el tiempo. Entonces, todo esto es también otra cosa a lo que la gente atribuye. Güey, Tesla no cayó por eso. O sea, y la otra cosa que tengo que decir es, esto lo ha dicho todo el tiempo, no ha cambiado. Nada. No, o sea, todo lo que dijo en esta llamada, lo único que cambió fueron los modelos baratos de coches que parece y suenan y hay confusión entre si van a ser bases del modelo 3 y el modelo Y o va a ser otra cosa completamente diferente. Es la única discusión que he visto y lo único que cambió. Todo lo demás sigue igual. Y lo que me vuela la cabeza y lo que me rompe los huevos cuando estoy escuchando a la gente hablar de Tesla es la misma estupidez. Es que, ¿cuándo van a entregar esta tecnología que no existe y nadie nunca ha creado en la historia? Son unos pobres pendejos que no pueden entregar esto. Ok. Ok. Estás en Tesla, y ahora, si sabes invertir y sabes buscar buenas oportunidades, vas a buscar la oportunidad más cercana a esos lanzamientos. Pero tienes que entender como una persona lógica, si ni puto Amazon o Mercado Libre puede traerte un paquete a veces correctamente a tu casa, no estoy diciendo que sean empresas fallidas, estoy diciendo, todos cometemos errores. Crear tal vez la tecnología que vaya a cambiar la manera en la que la logística y el movimiento de todo el transporte mundial funciona, puede que sea un poco más complejo de lo que todos estos expertos que están esperando sus $100 volverse 200 eh, eh, tengan que esperar por. Es una locura. Y todo el tiempo, no es que a ver cuándo lo va a poder hacer y a ver cuándo esto. Güey, estás metido en Tesla es porque crees que el señor va a poder entregar algo que nadie más. También estás metido en Tesla es porque sabes que el señor tiene una flotilla de coches más grande que todas las demás. También sabes porque la del señor tiene un desarrollo de software en su coche y en cualquier habilidad en cualquier otro lugar, estilo iPhone. Cuando manejas un Tesla, estás manejando un iPhone. Así de rápido se siente la computadora. Cuando te subes un Rivian, no, es más laggy, es más lento. No es lo mismo, no es la misma experiencia. Estás hablando de alguien que tiene ya todo, la mayor cantidad de producción de coches eléctricos en el mundo. Muchos van a decir, es BYD. BYD es híbridos también. Paciencia. Si crees en Tesla, paciencia. No repitan las mismas estupideces de todo el mundo. Es que a ver cuándo lo entregan. A ver cuándo entregan entonces aviones que tienen que volar sin contaminar y sin turbinas y se vuelven UFOs. A ver cuándo. O sea, no mames, ¿no? Es como el chiste que siempre les he contado, el de el güey que va volando en un avión por primera vez cuando Wi-Fi por primera vez entró en un avión y que a los 10 minutos se cae el sistema y el güey es, o sea, a la verga. Acaban de crear esta tecnología, cabrón. Tranquilo, tranquilo, por el amor de Dios. Pero sin más ni más, vámonos a analizar el mercado acá. Ya les tengo a Farhan, les tengo a Alex para poder ver cuáles son los siguientes movimientos del Bitcoin y del mercado y de todas las cosas que nos están mandando acá en el eTradingAcademy.us para todos ustedes poder analizar todas estas tablas. Si quieren aprender a hacer trading, no quieren gastar nada, vengan con nosotros. Si ya saben un poco de las bases, caigan a nuestro Discord. Es absolutamente gratuito. Se los quiero dejar aquí ¿cómo se dice? Se los quiero dejar aquí abajo en un segundo para que lo puedan ver bien. Ahí está. Están viendo esta ventanilla. Déjame, me hago más chiquito. Ahí está, ahí es donde me veo mejor. Es más, cuando no me veo es cuando me veo mejor, en realidad. Pero ahí tienen nuestro Discord, súper fácil de usar. Los menús están en la izquierda. Aquí pueden ustedes mismos ver todo lo que está pensando Alex, todo lo que está pensando Farhan. Pueden venir al chat general, apoyarse en la comunidad, cualquier cosa, preguntas, excelentes fotos, etcétera. Vengan a compartir sus ganancias, sus pérdidas con nosotros, con los P&L cards. Acá los tenemos, por supuesto. Una buena comunidad, honestamente. Y es de lo mejor. Quieres apoyarte en otras ideas, quieres también ver lo que la gente está pensando, qué otras métricas están utilizando, qué otros indicadores y qué pueden decir esos indicadores. Aquí lo tienen. También tienes, obviamente, todos nuestros enlaces oficiales para lo que necesites y que nadie te vea la cara. Nunca les vamos a escribir. Nunca les vamos a pedir dinero. No tenemos, yo no soy súper buen pedo, yo no soy cabrón, te voy a escribir, oye Javier, déjame manejar tu dinero. No, no voy a checar cómo vas con las criptomonedas. Si alguien te escribe, porque hay mucha gente me ha mandado mensajes de un güey que los está intentando estafar o los ha estafado, que dice, que pretende ser yo y dice, esto es algo que me vuela la cabeza. ¿Cuándo me han visto preguntarle, cómo van sus inversiones en criptomonedas? Es lo que pregunta el güey, ¿cómo van tus inversiones en criptomonedas? Yo ni siquiera le digo criptomonedas, cabrón. O sea, tampoco me conocen y me emputa que estén desperdiciando su dinero ahí porque lo podrían estar tirando en algo productivo en vez. No estoy diciendo en esto, es de cualquier otra cosa. Así que no les vamos a escribir ni Alex, ni Farhan, ni yo. Te lo juro, no va a ser el día de la lotería donde de verdad te escribimos. Nunca. Si en el Discord entras y te pide una cartera para conectar, etcétera, no la metas, no la metas. Checa con la gente antes, checa en Twitter también, puedes verlo en X para platicar con ellos, para que no te vean la cara. No pedimos nada de dinero. Todo lo que vendemos lo tenemos en nuestro sitio web. Y ni eso te queremos vender. ¿Quieres aprender a venir a tradear futuros con nosotros, que es lo que hacemos? Apostarle en corto, en largo a Bitcoin o también acciones. Ven y hazlo con nosotros. Lo único que tienes que hacer para poder entender cómo hacerlo, y quiero asegurarme que esté ahí, se vengan al sitio de Elite Trading Academy. Los enlaces están aquí abajo en la descripción. Ahorita se los pongo en X cuando empiece Alex o Farhan con su análisis. Te metes a cómo tradear en Bluffing. Y este es nuestro exchange Bluffing, donde estamos intercambiando criptomonedas, apostándole a largo o a corto. Y también aquí tienes el enlace. Esto te va a enseñar cómo fondear tu cuenta, cómo operarla, cómo usar tu dinero, etcétera. Y esto funciona igual para BTCC. BTCC es el otro exchange que utilizamos, que también tiene acciones. Te recomiendo que uses una vez más el enlace que estás viendo en ¿cómo se llama? El enlace que tenemos aquí abajo para BTCC. Y ahora aquí, la diferencia. Te metes en futuros, te metes por acá y acá te pone Bitcoin, Solana y vas a decir, güey, eso es lo mismo. Pero te metes acá y puedes ver que tienen tokenized stocks, tienen Forex, tienen infraestructura, tienen marketplace, tienen DeFi y todo este pedo. Pero si le quieres poner en acciones, aquí las tienes. Tienes AMD, tienes Apple, tienes Nvidia, tienes Dell, tienes oro, tienes Google, tienes de todo. Meta para hacerles un cortillo, un larguiño, como te vaya antojando. Y ahora, sin más ni más, les traigo a las estrellas del show. Vamos a darle, vamos a analizar los bitcoins. Aquí tengo a Alex y a Farhan.
Buenos días, muchachos.
Yep, you're muted, sir. Oh, no, you're not. It's actually my headphones are not plugged in. Excellent. This is just fuck.
Once again, buenos días, muchachos.
There you go. There you go. I heard you both. How are you guys doing?
We're good. We woke up a little bit late today. We're I usually wake up around 6 a.m. to take my girlfriend to work. Today I woke up at 8 because I didn't take her to work. And I wasn't gonna miss a live stream. But that was kind of funny. He was like, you guys alive?
Yeah. I was like, what the fuck is going on? Normally in the morning, we're going bantering back and forth about like our stupid or good bets. And none of that happened today. So I was wondering if you guys, we're in trouble.
Today was my one day where I get to sleep.
Good for you. Good for you. So we're ready. Let's look at this Bitcoin because it's at $94,000. So it was last time I checked. And we got there so fast.
Yeah, we actually did get there quite fast.
The thesis finally played out.
I mean, if it stops here, yeah. And he played to the T if it stops here.
Yeah, true.
Got my short filled at 94 too.
Same. Oh my God, we're samesies. Although I did blow up the account where I started on the on the lowest level on my short entries. So, but I mean the big bag is on this one, so I'm good. I'm happy. Let's hope it plays out.
Yes.
Inshallah.
Because yesterday we were right here. I'm watching 91.8. Where is it? I'm like watching 91.8, 91.3, basically. And then we had one 15-minute candle that just shot us up to 94. Honestly, this is pretty intense. And we've just been slow grinding up now. And really, in my opinion, I mean, unless bears actually start at very minimum closing 4 hours under 91.3, Bitcoin's actually looking pretty good, honestly. It's really not looking bad. And I honestly wasn't expecting us to break 91.8 this fast. What we have now is the 4-hour 9 actually reaching this zone. Now, this sounds very important because this is kind of, if you will, this is a bigger range now that we're in. The range is we have support at 92.2, extremity support at 91.3, and you have resistance at 99.7. And when we go to Bitcoin here, this range really did work out nice. You broke basically 99.5, 99.7, I mean, and then you would slingshot up, right? You broke it, slingshot up, even broke it here, failed, went all the way back down to the range. So this range here was playing out nicely. And that's kind of what I want to just bring home today is this range really did hold for, quite a while. I mean, this started here November, and then we broke it here in February. So it's at least a multi-month range. And why is that important? Well, because now as we go into, this weekly candle, everyone should be watching very closely where this weekly actually closes. Because, we technically still, even if we've broken up, really to me depends honestly where this is going to close. Because visually, you can see this on the weekly, how long this was massive support. Bears are trying to essentially close back under here. They can close back under here and leave a wick. In my opinion, then things will start looking more in favor for bears. But as it stands now, technically speaking, if you start gauging the daily, it's really not looking too bad, honestly. It's really not looking the worst. You basically are basing off of this meme line support. You've reclaimed every major moving average. And yeah, I have a short running, but I'm going to be honestly feeling the heat on it. Like, I don't know if this is honestly not going to take my stop. Because my idea was shorting yesterday, and I'll look at this now on like an hour, 2 hourly. Yeah. My idea yesterday was we're going to scale shorts here. And it made sense to me because as long as we didn't get any lower time frame closures back above like 91.8, to me it just seemed like you could cut it. But then we just had this crazy candle, and I think I was at dinner or something. And at this point, I'm just gonna run it to stop loss. At this point, I don't have the opportunity to cut this. I thought we'd have lower time frame reclaims like that, and I can just cut. But even like I showed on a 15-minute. Yeah, it definitely wasn't the case. So, and that just tells me in this zone, there probably was a lot of shorts seeing what I was seeing, and this just led to a squeeze. Now we want to see if this is really going to sustain. So in my opinion, you should be gauging for a pullback probably today. You should be looking for this. If you're very bullish, you're essentially looking for a backtest of the 4-hour 9, which is confluence of the meme line before we go up to 100K. If you're bullish, that is simply what you're looking for. No reason to overcomplicate it. The 4-hour 9 has been holding us nicely, and you have confluence of that being in a major support zone now. Or bears are going to be looking for a massive deviation to rejection, taking us back under essentially 91.3. If this can occur, I'm going to be very happy I didn't cut the short. And the 95.1 stop loss was smart. And honestly, I'll give Farn credit for that because he helped me with this stop loss placement. So it is a very important day. And so far, I will be honest with you all, bears kind of are losing steam here. We even have, like, it's interesting to see, you have weekly BBWP actually resetting. We were talking about weekly BBWP being a pretty important thing. And we did catch the move to the downside when it did first fire off, but then it reset. We talked about that. And now what we're seeing is this setup has played out. Now this is resetting. And this is honestly very interesting to me because we still technically have like a 2-week volatility setup that everyone wants to load. More reset even. If you notice, this is honestly about to, in the next closure, probably hit extreme lows, telling you that there is still a major move pending. Like all the energy I had of Bitcoin going to 65s and going lower, technically speaking, still is very quite possible. The issue now is we just really need to start seeing bears get to work, because if we don't, you really could start seeing all of these higher time frame BBWP setups, even as much as a monthly, fire off. And this is very important, because if this monthly one starts to fire off, meaning breaks above 15% and then closes above 15% going into May, right? January, February, March, April, May. Yeah, May. Yeah, that's really not going to be good, I will say, because each and every time this monthly BBWP has fired off, and I will say there has been times where we've almost broke it and then went back down before we did break it. But anytime we actually confirm expansion on this, this is generally when you're getting your macro moves on Bitcoin, right? This is when Bitcoin went from 45,000 all the way to 15, 16 grand, right? Last one was when Bitcoin went from 12,000 all the way up to 64,000, right? And then the one we all know of, right? The Hamas setup, when Bitcoin went from $26,000 all the way back, well, really technically to 73. And then we had that reset, and it busted up. But then monthly BBWP has just been resetting. So technically speaking, we are still having, honestly, some major volatility setups brewing that we have not had in a very long time. And the fact that the weekly is resetting, to me, I'm interpreting this as exactly what I was saying when this was firing off. I wanted this to be a kind of a domino effect where the weekly, 2-week, and monthly fire off. And now that this is resetting with us going down, that very well still could happen. This could easily reset, and then the 2-week could reach extreme reads on volatility, meaning zero volatility. And then we could just bust up. I mean, if you notice on the monthly, we are very close now to this firing off. So this tells me that, yeah, if we are truly going to be in a bear market, this can't fire off to the upside, because if this fires off, in my opinion, we're probably going to break all-time highs on Bitcoin, as crazy as that is. And then guess what? The bearish divergence will be a failure for the first time ever in Bitcoin's history, which then would probably tell me that there's a major shift here in the cycles and the way we're interpreting Bitcoin. And that's probably just because of the new flow of money. But until that occurs, I mean, an investor trader's last words are, this time is different. And I won't say that, because this is still legitimately unconfirmed bearish, in my opinion. It's still more bearish than bullish until we actually get that weekly close back above essentially this line here at 91.2. And that very well could happen. We have 4 days left, but you guys know how Bitcoin is. This definitely can leave a wick. Anyone front running this idea will get smoked, because we did talk about this on stream. A very worst case scenario, and this, I personally wanted us to come here, and then do this move up to 91s and then go to 49s. But that's fine. We went to this almost 73s, got a bounce, and now here we are at 91s. But with volatility, nothing changes, at all, honestly. Nothing really changes with volatility. In my opinion, you really still can't disregard this being legitimate support, and this now hopefully being legitimate resistance. But on the caveat, I did say all you're really going to have now at this point is a meme line. So, you got to just take that with a grain of salt. On the 2-week, it's quite interesting, because I was actually looking at the 2-week yesterday and giving me confluence of my short idea. You can see we've blasted through that. Almost went up to the 38.2%, which is interesting to see, because that is technically where you should retest the breakdown, is on the 38.2%. But honestly, I'm still looking like, again, 2-week and weekly have 4 more days. So let's just see where these close. And that's why for me, I'm still running shorts. I still have the stop loss. On Farn and my short, it's the same stop loss, just different entry. He has an insane entry on his short. I'm still right on my short right now. But it all really, in my opinion, will depend on the weekly and 2-week. I'm not really gauging the daily anymore. I'm really gauging the weekly next. I just want to see where this weekly is going to go. I think if I focus on the weekly, can even focus on, let's say, a 5-day, this will at least tell me, like if I'm focused on a daily 12-hour, 4-hour, I'm just going to get lots of chop right now. That's why when I look at it on a higher time frame, to me, it still gives me confidence that this is still an area that we don't want to get uber bullish on and start giving longs out. We don't want to flip-flop, but we also don't want to be a perma bear if we have legitimate reasons to not be. And that, in my opinion, will be dependent on, in my opinion, the weekly closing back above this range. If we close anywhere back above this range, I honestly have no short bias anymore. Because what will that mean if we actually do close back above that range? Well, we're back in a range, and we know how much Bitcoin loves ranges. We've now just officially reclaimed the weekly median. The weekly EMA 9 is now reclaimed, which if anyone's been watching us for a long time, what would be technically the next setup on that one? Well, the back test of it, that's the long trigger. There's your higher low. That's where we go long. So it's actually really important this weekly. What you're either going to see, in my opinion, is this hold here, weekly close opens, and then we do our higher low retests on the daily and probably retest the daily SMA 200 before going up, in my opinion. Or, like I said, this is just going to leak kind of a nasty wick and nothing really will change. And this was a legitimate bearish retest. And remember, my lines are really subjective. I could draw another line here and say, oh, look at how well Bitcoin is holding this one. And look at, we've rallied up to it. But I don't trade like that. I like him on wicks. And so that's what I'm going to do. But you still technically could do that and make the same argument I'm making. Point being, this is still a very important zone. While everyone at this point thinks that shorts are screwed, longs are doing victory laps. Granted, we did have a beautiful day yesterday to the upside. I still have to be concerned here because we do have legitimate reasons to be concerned on the higher time frame that Bitcoin is still bearish. But I will, quickly flip-flop if, let's say, we do get back in this range, because this range was honestly holding for a while. We were talking about this. Anytime we break it, we talked about the potential of going up to 109. Then we lose it, come back down. Then we, this was actually pretty easy money if you just learned this range within those weeks. Because no joke, any kind of longing at this bottom here literally printed you money until the range broke down, of course. But that's why it's important to understand these ranges on Bitcoin, because the majority of the time on Bitcoin, you're most likely just going to be in a range. And that's up to us as traders to really discover what's the new range. And we potentially could be breaking into a new range, but it's not going to be confirmed, in my opinion, until we get a weekly closure. So it's still very tricky. It's very hard. Yesterday, I was not expecting that big of a move up, all the way up to 94s. Did not let me get out of my short, so I'm currently running it with the stop per the Academy at 95.1. And I'm ready for a rejection now. And that rejection has to literally be like a harsh rejection down. A rejection that kind of, in my opinion, humbles bulls that we've had in the beginning of this month, where, it just kind of is harshly down. So, in my opinion, Bitcoin's looking more bullish than bearish in the moment. But to me, it's still unconfirmed until we get the weekly. And the reason I'm saying that is because we still don't know if we're going to reclaim this median. It's looking probable, obviously, but we still don't want to front run that. We don't know if this zone is actually going to get reclaimed, considering the significance of it. We want to see weekly closures above more than dailies, in my opinion. And then on top of that, we need to see if the weekly 9 and 21 are going to get reclaimed. To me, that'll always then confirm the shift with what we know with the daily EMA 100, weekly 9, and also monthly 9 getting reclaimed. If you guys have watched me, those are my 3 criterias on, well, we are in a bull market. So this is going to be a pretty important weekly close. Bears have 4 days to bring this all the way back down, preferably, honestly, back under 86. But at this point, I don't know. We'll have to see. My best hopium case is that we do end up closing under here. We end up retesting the 9, and then that retest doesn't hold. And then that's kind of where we start going down. I personally don't think this is going to churn into some crazy wick. I want this to honestly close under this red line. If that can occur, I'm going to be very bearish at that point, because I'm going to be wondering, why couldn't we reclaim back into here? And especially with what we know within this range, and also just how we are on that 2-week have to really question that then. Until then, though, you should be really watching carefully, and you really shouldn't probably be max leverage short in this environment. You should be understanding exactly the kind of environment we're in, which is essentially, it's like the equivalent of holding a ball underwater and it's just ready to break out. And that is like how volatility is on Bitcoin. So yes, I'm happy we're getting volatility up, but honestly, it's like what I was saying here, right here. Yeah, we really aren't seeing any kind of actual volatility yet. And it's similar to like this too. We really haven't seen anything major yet, specifically on that 2-week and monthly BBWP. That is honestly when the fun starts. So, it is a very big day for Bitcoin, big week. Yesterday really did well for bulls. And yeah, it's shifting things. And the monthly closing in 7 days. And this looks insane. And if the monthly gets back above this range, well, what happened last time that occurred? Well, we had a major green dildo. We then back tested this, right? This red line. And then at that back test, you did end up going all the way up to the median, little higher. And then you rejected it, of course. But the point being, this again still held. And then the next month, you went all the way back up, formed your all-time high, finally lost support, tested the median, rejected. And now here we are. And it is interesting to see that median on the monthly is at 100,000. So then that can give me confluence of this potential new weekly range forming. Whereas if you start, right, getting weeklies above here, we can then take long at the weekly 9, because in a bull market, that is a really good entry. Weekly 9, even here, weekly 9. Right. And then from this point here, anytime you bid the weekly 9 was an opportunity. So why wouldn't that still be the case? Especially when we're bullish. So then we would be gauging if the weekly closes above, let's say 91.3, move all the way back up to 100,000. And then, yeah, you could reject there. I'm going to call it less likely, but you could. You have the monthly median there. And I will say that every month since November, we've actually tapped the monthly median every single time. This one we tapped it, 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 and then even in March we tapped it. So, is it the most craziest thing that could be done? Probably not. Do I want that to be done? Definitely not. But if it did hit 100K, I guess, we'd have to technically be looking for weakness there at the monthly median, or really watch and see if we reclaim that. Because, well, if we reclaim that, it's just going to confirm what we know then. Bearish divergence probably is going to fail. Hash ribbon signals probably going to play out. And then at that point, you're probably going to get a stupid move on Bitcoin. And my next move, if we do go bull again, is 160,000. Now, I'm not saying that's going to happen. I'm not bullish right now, and I'm not flip-flopping. I've been basically a perma bear all April. I'm just saying, if this really does break out, get us in a new range, and go up to 100K, you really can't then question if we reclaim this median, if we are potentially going to go to an all-time high. It's just more of a matter of when. So that's why I'm really cautious here. I don't want to be a perma bear in a bull market, but I also don't want to be flip-flopping, which I haven't. And that's why, to me, it's now just based on the weekly. I have my stop. If the stop gets ran at 95.1, yeah, I'm probably wrong, and we're probably going to go up higher. But until then, what you're noticing now on Bitcoin is it is slightly finding some kind of, at least, consolidation, weakness right here. Like, we're not doing much busting action anymore. We're just kind of, I don't know. We're just teetering slightly above resistance now. And that's why I really wouldn't gauge today a pullback at all. You should be gauging that pullback to stop here, simply at the 9. And if we start losing the 4-hour 9, I'm going to feel a little better holding this short, because, well, that'll start looking better to me. Confirm the deviation. 4-hour 9 has been holding us since we were at 84s. And then maybe potentially we will actually start coming down harshly. It's just going to be dependent on losing 91.3. So, I mean, it is fun though, because, there's going to be volatility in the next month or two for sure. It's just up to us now to decipher if this is truly like a bull break, and we're truly just about to break out, be backing up only, or if this is just playing into a major bull trap before the end of the month.
It's impossible. It's a bull trap. Tesla had terrible numbers and the stock price went up. It's impossible that it's a bull trap. That's just common sense, and that's how the market moves. Terrible earnings, terrible reports, less income makes prices go up. So that's just fundamentals. So clearly no bull trap.
You know, if we did tap $100,000, but I would see that as the equivalent of. Do you
What?
remember back in April when we tapped our all-time, or March when we tapped our all-time highs at like $74,000, and then we
Yeah.
started steadily going down from there. Then we went all the way down to, I believe, 59 or 58. Then over the summer, I think in like May or June, we had one big rally, tapped $70,000. Everyone thought new all-time highs were coming, rejected, and then from there it went down to 48.
Okay. I see what you
Because
mean.
that move was just almost to the all-time highs, but not quite.
Yeah. Yeah,
Well,
I
yeah.
think to me my biggest fear is 99,000 is going to be really where it rejects. And it's only my biggest fear because of my short, but I don't
My
if
original
I get
bias was
stopped out, that's it.
94s and down. Now I'm slightly a little bit thinking that less of that.
Me too. Because this is
Yeah.
not rejecting us. Like, unless today or tomorrow, I'm just slightly concerned because I was telling you boys 91.8's got to reject first tap, and it definitely did not. And that is odd to me because what we don't want to do is we don't want to be the guys here. There's some weakness, shorting, boom. Okay, weakness, shorting, boom. Because I was doing some of this, and that was not fun at all. And when we do truly go bullish, it is very predatory to shorts, in my opinion, where it is going to give us short setups here. And then you're going to just get blasted. And if you don't have a stop, well, you're liquidated now. And so, right, that's why my stop here was 86. 80, yeah, basically this wick high. Glad I got stopped. Repunted a short here at 91.3s and 91.8s. I stops at 95.1, and I'm personally watching this weekly. If the weekly ends up closing with 91.3, I'm out of shorts. I'm not going to short this anymore. And why would you? You reclaimed the weekly 9, monthly 9 held, and all of the most important moving averages I look at are now above on the daily. So you actually have no argument to short this. And then also, though, it would just confirmed on like the weekly HPR, and then
The
possibly
most
monthly.
worrying thing for me is the monthly.
Well, yeah, that's insane. I mean, yeah, and the monthly, right? But we still can't disregard those since November. Have we hit the median each and every time? Yes. And have we rejected each and every time? Yes. So, and is 100K a psychological major number? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So we have to understand that. But, you know, as soon as you get any monthly closures above this median, oh my gosh, it's going to be probably insane. This monthly volatility probably is what takes us here to 160K. Which would honestly kind of be freaking insane. But if we're really bearish and we're wrong, let's say, do we really miss out if we flip flop at the right time, understand where we're wrong, and then catch a trade up to like even 130? No, we're not wrong, and not at all. Right. And that's like with trading, it's okay to be wrong, but it's not okay to stay wrong, in my opinion. Because I've been that, and it just loses you money for no reason. So we have our areas of interest. In my opinion, we just don't want to see this high get taken out. This last monthly high, if we take out the monthly high here, yeah, I'm wrong on my shorts. And there's a good chance we're probably just going to keep squeezing up. And this is going to be a major hammerhead on the monthly. And I thought we had a candle like this before the beginning.
But in a
here.
way, the big hopium is it's been rejecting. If it goes there one more time, you have a big shot also of it rejecting one more time. My thing is, I actually think it might be harder for it to touch it now because it's been so many times that it's been rejected.
It's true. And you could look at it like that, or
the other way.
Yeah, it's hit it so many times, and the next time it goes up to 100K, we're going to blast through it because we have all those short
You're
straps.
right. Fuck.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, yeah, I know. It's kind of shitty. And, you know, this monthly hammerhead is kind of giving me vibes of what kind of happened, like what this is.
I'll give you the best form of technical analysis you've ever heard. The reason that's not possible is because both Capo and Scottie Pippen are bullish.
I know. To me, that's also my thing, dude. Come on, come on. And also, ES1, SPX, it's at 5,500. That to me was the point where it needed to go back for a bounce and get completely rejected.
The quarterly
5,500
on
is a clear.
ES1 looks like dog shit. It looks like one
Yeah.
of the biggest top candles I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, and we got on Coinbase where I thought we would go. Tesla somehow we're there, even though with the bad results, and the dollar's not going up; we're going down, and everything is going up while yields are coming down, which people think it's stability, but this market's still lying. And I think to me it was important to set up the shorts before because I knew once we got here, I would be like, oh, this is going to go up now because it has all of the tools. When we knew that we would retest this zone, and it's got to feel like this. Now we could be wrong, but that's hopefully my hope.
No, we're not wrong. We're not wrong. The market's wrong.
Remember that. No, I'm never wrong. It's the markets. Absolutely.
Exactly.
No, and this is actually a good point because ES1 is kind of concerning, though. I mean, we were talking about this, right? I said 5,300 major points. We rejected down. We did hit the meme lines. And this is why I'm kind of annoyed with myself because I should just be max aggressively trading ES1. The meme lines work, do they not? We dumped into it. And then, this is where we either were going to break down or I said this, we're either just going to back test support, hold. Bitcoin's telling the truth. Bitcoin's bottom before ES1. And this is telling us we should max long ES1. I mean, that kind of did play out, though. And now we're at resistance. Yes, an ES1 on the 34, but we are breaking out technically now. And I'm, can't really be bearish now as long as we're above 5,330. That's just a big level for ES1. I don't know why I discovered that. I don't know why I've been using that, but
For me, it's still bearish under 6K.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm not. Well, okay. I see your shit posting. You're joking. Well, yeah, no, obviously it's not like max bullish, clearly not, but do you not see bullish structure forming here while Bitcoin's looking like it's potentially bottoming, which we know the most
I mean like long term, like cycle macro type stuff.
Yeah,
me, I'm looking at the
over 6K, and then I say, okay, we're probably going to trend again up for the next couple of months, maybe into the end of the year.
Well, yeah, I mean, that would mean it's all the way almost to its all-time high.
I'm looking at the daily candle and how it hasn't made a higher high since it broke 5,500. That candle that on the daily, that was the rejection. The first red on the left, that one. That's 5,500. And then go look at the one on the right, lower high. Mm-hmm. Then look at the one on the right. Even the one right now, it's a lower high compared to those three. Those other two. So there could be just playing in a range. And you also, if you really draw meme lines in here, there's a resistance from the top on the left. Top left. Above your last meme line at the top on the white. If you grab that top candle and then go with a meme line, can I show you on my computer real quick?
Absolutely. I have the worst.
Yeah, it's way easier. It's way easier. I know it's really hard when they're directing fucking candles. Just right here.
Oh, I see. Oh.
You see? So rejected, high, lower high, even though this is higher than this one, but still not higher than this one and still not higher than this one.
And the 2-day, though, looks better, in my opinion. To show that, yeah, it's still in a lower high.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You see it here. So if that gets taken out along with this one at 5,500, basically, I would say Bitcoin's going to continue to go. But I think this might be because all the news are so positive, dude. This is obvious market manipulation. Oh, the tariffs are in pause. What about the people that couldn't afford Teslas and that's why their shit's not selling? What about the people that cannot afford cars? What about the people who cannot not afford anything? It's just such bullshit, in my view. Now, I could be completely wrong. But
no, you bring up a good point, though. That is a good point. That is a really good point that I can't disregard. And I didn't even see it. So that's a good point because we are at the 2-day median. We are finding resistance there. And I will say, even if Bitcoin is looking kind of bullish, I am still waiting on the weekly. I'm not focused on the daily. not really longing on this, right? I'm just solely focused. Like if I go to the index, right, I could have been long on Bitcoin. Oh, the daily held. But honestly, it's just the weekly for me. I don't want to get chopped out. I also don't want to flip-flop too early. So for me, it's like the only way I can flip-flop is, yeah, the weekly reclaims the median and reclaims this range. Until then, 4 days left. This shit can get ugly quick if this is really a trap for bulls. So, you know, it's
Look
like
at Sol on the 2-day.
yeah, let's look at Sol actually, because you know it does tell us what we should know.
Because the 55, you don't use the 55, but put it on.
Oh,
And that to me is also resistance meme line resistance right there. It's like both.
right in here you have a meme line.
Yep.
I could see that
Because that's a
actually.
critical point.
Yeah, I could see that right at this low. Boom.
Just saying.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's not
Some hopium
bad.
for you guys.
There is hopium because I'm, you know, today I just like after that 94K 15-minute candle, I just honestly was like, you know what? I'm just gonna sign off for the day. Bitcoin's either gonna take my stop and I'm wrong and whatever, or what, you know.
And the funniest thing ever about that one candle to 94K is for the first time ever, my brother sent me a screenshot yesterday that he had long Bitcoin at 88.6.
Yeah, that is true. He did
But
do
he
that.
pulled a banger trade on his first trade in his entire life.
And when you showed me that, I was gonna say, oh, top. But no, you showed me he was like long from like here. And I was like, damn, that's actually impressive. He got this whole move up. But you know, that's it. And I'm still bearish. And the Academy short is still very valid. And Farin has shorted higher. So he is short from where? 94s that you post on the Discord? Farin?
Oh, my bad, I was muted. 94 too.
Damn, you actually got a short from there. That's impressive. I did not think you were going to fill at 94. I'm going to just be frank with you. So kudos to you, bro. Honestly, you do way better in like bullish environments, 100%. And honestly, you know, we still could deviate this. Like we're now seeing the H1 here lose the 9, which I know it's a very low time frame, whatever, because really, I mean, even the hourly 9's been holding us. Like this has been pretty strong, this rally. So it's welcoming to see at least somewhat slight weakness right here. See the 2-hour close? Yeah, nice little shooting star here. This was actually the shooting star. Got invalidated on this candle. Seems like a liquidity grab. Now okay, well 2-hour 9 did hold there though. What about the 4? Yeah, I mean, it's like I said, you should be gauging a pullback anyways. Bulls are going to want this. Bears are going to want this. It's very simple for you today. You're literally either going to hold the 4-hour 9. This is just going to be another, you know, bear trap in quotation marks. Bears will start scaling in above support. And then this holds. And then we literally probably slingshot to 100K within the next few days. Maybe, you know, by next week. Or we are right here. Alejandro is right. ES1 is still putting in bearish structure. Everyone now is a perma bull. No one wants to short. Anyone who's giving shorts are getting clowned. And this literally could just put in one terrible candle, deviate, and then as soon as you lose 91.3, in my opinion, you are going to aggressively go down to 87.5 again. Because remember, Bitcoin's just a range. That's it. And that's how you have to like interpret these meme lines. It just kind of shows you the ranges. I don't know why my chart's not loading, but I mean, that worked out nicely here. You lost 91.3. You did go to the next bottom of the range, deviated 91.3, like almost kind of like what I want now. Deviate 91.3, retest it, boom, nuke. So like we have seen big moves down at this spot. Exactly. So it's not the most absurd, really. What we don't want is this though. Like this is what I'm scared of to happen. Because this, honestly, it was easy to trade, but this shit was annoying. Because we all knew it was we knew that this was gonna dump. Remember, like we were very bearish. And anytime we go down, we were like, finally. Oh God, that was annoying time. And then when it did break down, we printed. I remember this, but yeah, this was a terrible range. So we're now like there. We don't want this to be back in the range, similar to this, where we we're rejecting. We broke it up, held the 9. Notice that, right? We're kind of where we're at now. Held the 9, and then yeah, at that point you broke out and you went to 100K. So that's really what I don't want to occur today. I need to see bears actually reject this down, because, well, that would not be fun if this just held the 9 and then we went up to 100K. Because at that point, it really is going to then start looking like the monthly is going to reclaim the median. And for the first time ever in Bitcoin's history, monthly bearish divergence may not actually play out. Now, it can still go to the all-time, like I mentioned this to me last night, like it could go up to the all-time high and still be in bearish divergence. But I mean, you're really going to not have a lot of confidence in that if like the median gets reclaimed with a monthly volatility setup, which is about to fire off. I will say, like, it's very close to firing off. You know, it's just really a very touchy spot now. So in summary, I mentioned this, you know, I wanted to essentially see the 21 here. Let's backtrack. Wanted to see this 21 be the lower high. Wanted this one here to be the lower high, and I need to see this be the nuke. That didn't occur. We broke the 21, which therefore stopped me out at 86.5. I then had to look per my system at this zone now. I couldn't long. I could have longed per the daily EMA 100, right? Once I canceled all shorts, I never gave a long trigger here, but I did say to everyone, I'm out of shorts. I'm not shorting. It was right here. If you know how I trade, you could have looked at this zone, looked at the 9, and went long. I should have given a long, but I just didn't want to do that. And so now what we have is we are at a really big spot of support where you essentially have to look at this zone being what's going to take you to 100K. Now, I don't think this will just zoom up to 100K. I actually hope it'll at least like play around here until the weekly close, like maybe the weekly close like this, or we close under it. I don't think we're going to be like significantly far from this zone in 4 days. Could be wrong. And that to me is at least going to guide me, right? If we get a weekly close back into here, I know then the 2 week also closed back into that range. I know the last time that occurred, it essentially held and we went to all-time high. And so at that point, I'm just really not going to want to, you know, be on the short end unless we get what? Well, if we start really deviating this, I can do a low leverage short on a weekly. But really, it's really until we start losing the EMA 100 is where I'm going to be comfortable shorting Bitcoin again, like fully comfortable. And I'm short now, but I'm on like a 5x leverage. Like I'm not on high leverage on this trade because, well, I understand the environment we're in. And I don't want to fuel this up. And I did say on the academy, use low leverage on the trade because, well, the stop loss is kind of wide. So that's it, really. It's really like a race against time for bears, in my opinion now. They are totally losing steam here. It's not totally gone, though, and there is still hopium, but this back test is really going to be important. This is either going to be like what solidifies us really probably going up to 100K if this just starts holding, bull flagging here, maybe baiting shorts before we go up. Or if the 4 hour loses the 9 and loses 92.2, goes down to 91.3, maybe rallies up, rejects 92.2 again, and then breaks 91.3, I'm going to feel really good that, yeah, this potentially could be some kind of major top. And then it will be interpreted on the weekly as a wick then, where like this just left a wick. Visually, you'll be able to see, well, yeah, we rallied up bigly. Bitcoin did what it did. It wicked up, but it didn't close above here. Into next week, we absolutely nuke, and everyone and their mother is just shocked. So that is still on the table, but it's just a very, very, very important spot now. Really not to be stingy either way. Bull or bear, in my opinion. Let's look at Tether and see what's good, because that could actually give me some more idea of, you know, just where we're at. Yeah, and actually, wow, that's interesting to see. I'm surprised I never looked at this sooner. That weekly SMA 200 is very, 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 very significant for Tether. I actually kind of feel upset I didn't see this 2 weeks ago, honestly. I don't know why I didn't see that. Whenever we lose this SMA 200, we absolutely, unequivocally go parabolic on Bitcoin to the upside. Now, this was when we went, this was, let me see here, February 2024. Really can't even remember. I think that's when we went up to 100K. Maybe I'm totally tripping here. Lose it or get above it. Yeah. Oh, 2024. No, my apologies. Brain fart. February of 2024 was right when we broke out, right? It was right there when Bitcoin was at 43 and we went all the way up to 73. What told you that, this kind of was going to happen? A very significant point for Tether. Don't know why it's not loading. 1 second. Yeah.
Meanwhile, let's talk about the dream that Scottie Pippen had with Satoshi. Did you hear that? Scottie Pippen tweeted saying that he had a dream with Satoshi where Satoshi visited him in his dreams and told him a Bitcoin price. And he goes, I won't say anymore. I'll post the video. So now Scottie Pippen is a Bitcoin vlogger. So I don't know. I really just hope for the laughs, not for anything else. I don't care if I lose a little bit of money here. But just for the laughs, I want Bitcoin to reject, because that would just be like, there you go. Every time Scotty comes out, the algorithm pushes him forward. We know what's coming.
That's true. That is actually really funny.
I wanted to reject so I get the clue.
I'm also interested in the money. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah. I just want to print, and I want the community to print, and I want us all to print, but I don't want us to be clowns. Yeah. And we just have to really be cognizant of this. Like, this was a really big point on when I was bearish that this got reclaimed really was awesome. So I'm honestly surprised with myself that I didn't identify this sooner, because this would have made me more bearish, because this is a really big thing. Whenever you lose this weekly SMA 200, each and every time you just break down from it. It worked out here. You rejected it harshly here. You did break down from this point, went to this channel, right? And then this channel, if we extended it, oh God, there's so much right here. Boom, you broke down from it, hit the SMA 200. But on this, right, on this SMA 200 tab, you bigly rejected. But remember, you broke down, rejected, nuked. Okay, cool. And then here, rallied up, absolutely rejected the hell out of this terrible wick. And then it got filled. Keep in mind, up or down, most times on crypto, I've noticed these wicks do get filled. Like, bulls will be happy. Yeah, bulls will be happy, right? Bitcoin pumped, and then like this just gets filled. More than not, I've just noticed that in crypto. Side note. And then you see here again, getting stopped here, and then dumps. Okay, cool. Goes to the 9. And then this is where I was very bearish, rightfully so, because this, whenever you get back above the SMA 200, well, firstly, this whole time right here, this has never occurred on Tether dominance, just so you all know. Like this, you could argue, is different, just simply based on the fact that we have never in the history of Tether dominance actually have been on that weekly SMA 200 until literally back in February. Interesting to see that, but it's also interesting to see that each and every time it's under it, it is very, very bearish every single time, especially when you SFP it. It's just always max bearish every time. You SFP'd it, you rejected it, dumped, SFP'd it. You did dump, and then it got bought up, but you did dump at this point. Like, I know it doesn't look like a lot, but at this point, I guess I'll be conservative. I mean, you still went down close to 9%, which is pretty good. That's not bad. So we do have to be very cautious here. Now, I will say, flip side, how my system works, right? We are now at the 34, last stand. We are literally at the last stand on the weekly. You know, it kind of, can I gain some bearish confluence with this? Sure. Weekly has to hold this, and Bitcoin has to reject this. Simple in summary. If the Tether dominance weekly 34 gets lost, yeah, this is probably going to be like, we're probably going to go all the way back down to the 4.69%. We know how important that is. If that doesn't hold, which I don't know if it will, yeah, you're going to get a move all the way back down to here, back to the 4%. And at that point, you know, Bitcoin really could then start really breaking out. And then are we really going to be feeling confident that, you know, it's like this double bottom's failing at that point? And am I going to feel confident that if it goes all the way back here, are we going to now start saying triple bottom? Oh God, no, it's probably going to break, honestly. Like, honestly, it's probably just going to break. And then this is where you get your 160,000 Bitcoin. But I just want to say to everyone, I'm not bullish yet. I am short, and I'm just really cognizant of where the weekly is on Bitcoin and Tether dominance. You can't tell me that this is bullish now, because it's not. And the only hopium is that the 34 is going to hold, which I would be looking at that on anything. It's the last stand. And even here, it's like at the 38.2%. So, and we're already losing that technically. So this right here is telling me, yeah, you close another 34, you're probably going to start just breaking down on Tether dominance. It's not good that the median has shifted this high up. Let's do the 2 week, because that's also closing. Please look better. Okay, so at least the 2 weeks at the 9, that's better. Is this the SMA 100? Yeah, that's interesting. SMA 100 on the weekly is a big spot. Fine, no, I won't look at that right now. It's really not that relevant at this point. And yeah, okay, so yeah, I mean, the weekly is at big support. One thing to note about the 2 week, I mean, is that EMA 100 was big time support. We have 4 days. We're at the 9 now, and I guess the median is still, you know, underpriced. So the 2 week looks better. I'll say that than the weekly. But yeah, again, it's still telling you what the weekly is saying, which is this
Kind of a Quasimodo inverse head and shoulders shoe.
I don't even know what that is, Mike. It's
back it
Like
up.
a bastardized inverse head and
Oh,
shoulders.
I see.
Yeah,
It's not
here,
the bastardized. It's
It
just
seems
like the right shoulder hasn't really truly fully formed.
If you took it on Wix, it's really not looking.
I'm using the one below.
For what? The left shoulder?
Wait, it's the other way around. Are you looking at? You're looking at an inverse head and shoulders, right? Far end, because that's what I'm
that
looking
one
at.
right there. That big green candle, the one that broke your white meme line.
This one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one.
This would be the head.
No, the one higher is the head. Yeah.
Oh, I see.
And then
Why would you-
no, my bad. I'm retarded.
Yeah.
The head is that one at the bottom.
To the bottom right to your vertical blue. You see the vertical blue line? The last one? Yeah. Go down to your yellow meme line. Down to the yellow meme line. And then on the left, there you go. That's your head. That's your shoulder. And then the other shoulder would be just a small red candle that's forming right now. But that's inverse. That means it would shoot
Some
up.
type of hopium.
Yeah. A little bit.
That's quite bastardized. No, I don't even know what that word
It
is.
is.
But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. You mean, because wouldn't the head and shoulder? No, I mean, wouldn't the head and shoulders be cleaner? Like, you have your left, you have this, which broke your left and right, the wick, the head, and your right. Simple. Left, head, right. No?
But the shoulder is higher than the head. With the head and shoulders.
On that one,
The
yeah.
shoulders is
So
lower than the head.
it's the other way around. Yeah, it wouldn't be a regular head and shoulders. It would be an inverse head and shoulders, saying the head is the bottom.
I see. Okay, yeah, no, I'm because you're saying this is the head.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying now. No, I see it now.
And then on the left, that's the left shoulder.
Would be like that, and then boom. Right?
There you go. Exactly.
I see what you're saying now. It took me a minute, but now I see it. And it is Monday, I think. I don't know.
No, it's
not
Wednesday.
Absolutely not Monday. Yeah, I don't use. I'm gonna just be. I don't use Head and Shoulders.
Yeah.
Don't work, but I say, I mean, you know, we just didn't put too much confidence on it because of just simply the right shoulder. I think I still have it drawn here on the daily. Maybe it's fine if I don't. No, it's fine. Doesn't matter. So, you know, Tether dominance is quite important to me. Okay, we are now daily. Let's shift gears. So daily's got to reclaim the EMA 100. Like, that has to happen today, in my opinion. That actually makes sense considering we're at the 34 on the weekly, the 2 week 9. Like, we got to start seeing bulls pick up here. And, you know, even if they did pick up here, okay, great. We reclaimed the 9. Don't want this green line to reject us. We just don't need that. We need us to get back. Like, first step one, reclaim the EMA 100 in the daily. Good sign. Form a bullish hammerhead. Now we have an invalidation. Awesome. Now let's make our way up to 5.24%. Probably rejects first tap, forms a higher low. Ideally, reclaims it, holds it, consolidates, and then we can move up to like the. That would be great. But that really literally is dependent on this literally to find footing at the EMA 100. If this ends up not reclaiming the EMA 100, this then would be the second closure under there. And technically speaking, you'd have to gauge the third one probably being the nuke down to the SMA 200, right? It's like you lost it, second tap, rejected it. Generally, that third tap is like when you get that move, in my opinion. So you really need to see bulls here pick up kind of quickly, which would mean that Bitcoin really does need to start moving down, which we're already seeing some weakness with the hourly 9 getting lost. But like I said in the beginning of this stream, a pullback surprise you. We're literally getting that. Like it's glaring obvious a pullback was coming, but just now, are we going to hold the 4-hour 9 and go up, or are we actually going to deviate it? So that's kind of like your view today. 4-hour EMA 9, what you're viewing, you need that to get lost. That's been holding us this entire rally. That at least you'll know if we lose the 4-hour 9, we've just deviated back into this tiny range. There's a good chance 91.3 could either hold or get lost. I'm still short, and I'm on the camp. We're going to probably see a major deviation here soon, simply based on the fact that everything is positioned to either greatly break out or greatly break down, and it really is dependent on this right here. So we will see very carefully. Tether dominance is looking concerning to me, but it's still not cooked. It can be quickly cooked on today's close, but it still has hope. If this reclaims the EMA 100, I'll be looking at that as a really good sign, possible SFP of it, and then we can get momentum to at least go up to the 5.24%. Maybe that gives us at least a little confluence of Bitcoin possibly coming down, deviating to 91.3. And then remember, right, I'm not on these shorts calling for 73 anymore. I can't do that. We then have to logically do what? We have to logically now look at, if we start deviating this, we have to look at this as a throwback. And this throwback is either going to determine if the academy to me is going to go long, or if we're going to add to our shorts. We're either going to lose the EMA 100 and boom, I'm going to be aggressive as fuck on shorting again, or we're not going to lose these levels. This will be a throwback. All the shorts that were juicy profit here aren't going to close. This is going to fuel us up. And visually, you'd see that, right? SMA 200, EMA 100, 9. This has been holding us down this entire move down. We know Bitcoin likes to do back tests. We just know it. Now, it doesn't have to immediately, but ideally, it would be nice if it just almost engulfed this. And then this will either be like a major buyback here, or yeah, we're just truly going to top round here. And this will just be similar to this, where we just green dildoed up, massive deviation, massive rejection of the EMA 100, big nuke. Literally could be like that. So that's all I have on Bitcoin. Bitcoin dominance still very bullish. It's very bullish. It's very bullish. And well, technically now we have, for me, the next target, as long as we hold weeklies above 63.8%, it's going to be 69.59% for the culture. It's pretty important. We haven't tested that 69% since 2020. So, you know, do we maybe go parabolic, alts absolutely nuke, and then we absolutely top here and then break down, and then there's your little stupid alt season? Maybe. I don't know. That's what happened in 2020. Went up to there, broke down, nuked. There was your little alt season.
You don't find that interesting right now, that you're getting all alts pumping while the Bitcoin dominance is going up to fucking high heavens? Because look at Ethereum, look at Solana.
That's why I was shorting alts, and it didn't work out for me. I thought this was going to destroy alts, and it hasn't. And I have to look at that. It is predatory. That doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense. It's predatory. And in my opinion, ETH is, and I will always dog on ETH whenever I look at Bitcoin. ETH is looking terrible. We now are at the breakdown zone. This is an easy short potentially. You just are wrong above. Oh God, I mean, that's a big stop. I would short this if I was aggressively trading, because if Bitcoin is going to break down, ETH is telling you that this is its retest of the breakdown, and the HBDR is confirming that. Yeah, no, I'm not shorting alts right now because of, well, they're kind of being a little crazy. And that showed me yesterday on ETH. I tried to short ETH and look at this. It broke out. I thought the 21 was going to hold. Stop loss. I shorted the 21 and my stop was here. It was like I got 1,700. So I'm glad I got stopped because I was like, well, if we probably break out with 38.2% here in this channel, we're probably going to go up to 1,800. So we did that. And now Ethereum does have to nuke here. We're going to be back in this range and maybe we're going to go up to 1,900. So markets across the board are at resistance. I mean, I'm glad you showed me what you showed me, Alondro, because even ES1 is technically at resistance on the 2-day. It's at the median. That's important because we haven't hit the median in quite a while. And last median tap was right here. We did bigly nuke from there. So yeah, I'm actually quite curious to see what Farin has to say because I honestly have no idea, honestly, with Bitcoin in the next day or two, in my opinion. I just have to focus on the weekly now, hope my stop doesn't get hit. And at that point, see if we start heavily rejecting 91.3. Weekly's above there. I'm canceling all shorts. I'm just going to sit on my hands and wait for the weekly 9 long trigger, in my opinion. So that's all I have.
Lots of great news also for everyone, huh? If you're reading anything, you open X. No, literally, it's like Scott Bessent. Now everyone is like pro tariffs, and the tariffs are working wonderfully, and all of that. It's a weird. I'm just saying, it's a weird thing altogether, right? It's the perfect environment for all the people who are like, Bitcoin is decoupling, to feel like they're winning right now. And I'm just saying, that's not a good place to be in. Now, we could be wrong, but all this positivity out of nowhere. Again, can I just say how stupid we are? Trump says, I'm going to fire Jerome Powell. Market dumps. Trump himself says again, I'm not going to fire him. Market pumps. And they're like, oh, policy's changing. No.
It didn't change.
Only things that they're saying. Yes. So I'm sorry. Go on, Farhan.
I agree with you. Literally, and I'll just say this last thing. Nothing has changed. And in my head, it's just like, why are we pumping? This shouldn't have. It just doesn't make sense to me. So that's all I'll say.
Yeah.
It just doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
I agree with you.
Mm-hmm. So I'm gonna start with the 3-day, and I'm still basically holding the same bias that I've been having for the past couple of weeks. And the target that I was looking at for the entire time has been hit right around the $94,000 area. And I was filled on my short at 94,200. And the reason why I thought we were going to go to that area is because we got our first closure over this 3-day median in a long time. We had not closed over this 3-day median, if you notice, since price was at all the way around $103,000 to $104,000, just under our all-time highs. Very significant that we get that close over the 3-day median. That was giving me a target of this 38.2%, right around $93,650. I put it a little bit higher though, because I was looking at, I believe it was this one right here. Yeah, it was at this candle's wick low, which was at 94,166. Slightly above that 38.2%, also making my risk a lot smaller because I was using this as my stop loss. This candle's wick high. This was the lower high we got right after this breakdown. And also another piece of confluence for my short entry was when I went to the weekly. If you notice, this candle's this nuke candle, the breakdown candle, the open of this candle is 94,300. So usually the open of a candle that was a massive move to the downside is also significant resistance. I front ran this number by about $100 and put my short at 94 too. Now we switch back to the 3. Now that we've tapped the 3-day, basically, as long as we don't break this 95, 150 area, I'm still biased on the side of down. Once we start breaking this area, though, at that point, I'm going to start flipping and going to be more like 70% bullish and 30% bearish. And I'm going to be watching to see what happens at $100,000 area. I'm going to be on the side that it probably breaks, but there is a possibility that that $100,000 area rejects, and this is just a massive fuck you move and just puts in a macro lower high, which breaks this lower high, but doesn't quite put us into bullish structure and then up over there. I just don't think that's as likely though. I think if we break 95, 150, we're probably going to go to all-time highs. So that's why I was basically telling people, even who don't even trade, like this is such low risk that if we break this area, we're going to go to all-time highs. Might as well just short this. You would lose so little. You lose like 1%. I drew it a little too low. Take it from 94. Risk is about 1%. Versus if we do break down in this area, we likely are going to break these lows and end up playing out that bearish divergence. And that would gain you somewhere in that $69,000 area. Oh, you're at like 25, 26%. That's a 25 to 26 to 1 risk to reward. Pretty nice. And as of now, I'm still on the side that's going to play out. There's actually one more thing that would do it for me other than breaking 95 150. This 95 150 would be your automatic stop loss, and for the manual, if you close over this 38.2%, that right now is at 93,650. If you can close a 3-day over this 38.2%, then you're likely going to go back to $100,000 and probably all-time highs. Let's switch over to monthly. This one is the kind of worrying candle for me, but it might be hopium, I might be coping, but I think this is a trap candle. And even if we do go up, the idea would be still that that $99,000, $100,000 area gets tested, makes just the biggest fuck you bull trap ever, and then rejects. I just again I just am less likely to think that because of one, how many times we've rejected this area, so it's next time around it's less likely to reject, and two, it's taking out this lower high at 95 150. But as long as you are below that median, though, below that $100,000 area, like odds are more likely than not that you're going to test that 2021 cycle high around $69,000. Technically, the target would be 67.9. Right
My
now, what's
take
worrying?
profit is at 69.
Mine's 69.5.
Okay, I'm gonna follow your steps, sir.
Because I don't want to pull one of those situations where I get front ran by like $100 and then I lose out on lots of profit.
Yeah, for nothing. Yeah, for just another $20.
On the monthly moment, the little bit worrying is momentum is currently flipped to the upside above the moving average. But we want to see this projection happen by the end of this month, because we don't have the close yet. And if it does close over the moving average, that's going to be a lot more worrying if you're on the bearish side. Because last time we got a fresh close over the moving average, we went to new all-time highs. The close before there, we went over the moving average, we went to new all-time highs. Let's see before. The one before there was at literally the bottom of the bear market. So every single time we had a massive pump after we went over the moving average on the monthly HPR momentum. If that were to happen, I'm going to start saying that we're probably going to go to this top 38.2%, and that's at that $160,000 area. And if that were to happen, probably plays out over sometime around the end of this year, and then next year is probably where that real bear market starts. Quarterly is also approaching that median. Quarterly median's a little bit higher than the monthly median. Quarterly is at $103,000. So if the quarterly median even does get tapped, I'm basically going to be switching on to full bull because we've already solidly broken that $100,000 area. So close below our previous all-time highs, we're likely going to break them. Momentum is now flipping back up also on the quarterly with volatility still contracting. If we get that quarterly close, anywhere over this 5 EMA right now, which is at about 79.5, this momentum likely will remain to the upside. Actually, no, not 79.5. 79.5 is if you're like more aggressive. Let's give you a more conservative number. That would be about 82.5. If you close above 82.5, this almost certainly will remain to the upside. And then we'd have to look at the last time momentum freshly broke over the moving average, and that was at literally the bottom of the bear market. And we had several X move from there. 2 week is also starting to look a little bottomy. We are putting in a hammer candle at that 21 EMA. We got right around this 38.2%, which technically it still would be a bearish retest if it went up to the 38.2%. That would just be a little higher than what my bias was. My bias was like 94s to 95s. That 38.2% is at around $86,000. Even if we are 96, even if we are bullish, this very likely does reject the first time around, and that would be a very nice also risk to reward short area, because if you would take us right there at 96.7. It's a little difficult. Let's just do it from here. You would use this one as your stop loss. You're about 6%. And if you want to be really aggressive, you should use the all-time highs. So 13%, but I'd prefer to use this one because the risk is much smaller. Because if you break this, you're probably going to all-time highs anyways. Versus it still could reject there, and then you would go to the 2021 cycle highs. That is about 27% again. Only it's not as good of a risk reward as the one from the 94s. So even if it's wrong, right now, also what's worrying is momentum is breaking out of the bearish control zone on the 2-week, getting over the moving average. The last time that happened, we went to all-time highs. Time before that happened, we went to all-time highs. This is the bearish hopium right here. The jewel just confirmed an epic sell signal with the pink crossing below the yellow and a God mode signal background. Every single time that we've had that before, it has been at the very least several months of consolidation / down, and the downside moves were somewhere around 33% to 35%. If we were to take 33 to 35% from where this cross happened, it was
69.
yeah, right around that level.
I mean, if you're almost at 100 minus 30, that's 70.
Yep, 69 to a T.
Fuck.
Basically filling my short exactly, leaving me muy feliz. And the clue there would be pretty impeccable because kind of said this move up was coming.
That would be insane.
Another piece of worrying information if you're bearish is momentum is now very close to getting towards the bullish control zone on the weekly. Volatility is still contracting, so there is some bearish hopium that this is a corrective move, but it's getting less and less likely by every day that passes. Right now, we are over the median on the weekly, and the median right now is at $86,570. We close over there. We have to see where the median, the 38.2% goes down to after that weekly open, and that's going to be our target for the price. And we're going to have a 61.8% chance of hitting that level. Right now, it's at 103, and if it stays at 103 and we get this weekly close, that's going to be enough for me to say we're going to all-time highs because you would because of the percentage chance of hitting that 38.2%. But if this 38.2% drops to, like, let's say $99,000, 99.5, then the hopium is still alive that it could still be a bearish retest, just smaller of a percentage. If you look at the jewel on the weekly, we started to lose the sell signal and flip into a neutral signal right in the bearish control zone. So if we close over the median, this is going to switch into a buy signal. And if we look at the last buy signal that we had in the bearish control zone on the weekly, notice the date.
October 23, January 23. October 23 was a
Both
mega
were
pump, right? Yeah.
both were right before insane pumps. On October 23, the signal gave us 171% pump. January 2023 gave us 81% pump. So even if we were to take the lower end number, which I don't think is going to happen, from here, I don't know, right under $160,000. Very interesting. 5-day. 5-day is also doing the same thing as the weekly, except the 5-day is now close to volatility expansion, and we already have the buy signal on the jewel. We haven't quite gotten a close over the 5-day median, but we are well above it right now. It closes in 2 days, and the median is sitting at $88,227. That 38.2% right now is at slightly over the number that would flip it for me to thinking we're going to all-time highs. We'd have to see where it goes down to. If it goes down even a little bit down to $99,000, the hopium will still be alive. It's funny how the hopium now is for the bears. Momentum in
know.
the 2 days flipped solidly to the upside, is getting close to flipping out of the bullish control zone, but it hasn't quite yet. While momentum is still in an expansive phase, the jewel is now just about to give us a pretty epic buy signal with the pink so close to crossing over the yellow, light blue making its way into the bullish control zone. If we do get a close over this 95,150, that's basically would be enough for me to say that over the next few months we're going to get $150,000 to $160,000. Daily it's starting to turn into a promising candle where looking like quite the shooting star now. While momentum is also very close to breaking out of the bullish control zone, volatility is still expanding. And now the jewel is starting to look like it. Now the jewel is approaching a resistance zone right around the critical area. That tells you two things. One is if that it likely does reject around here and flip back around at the very least for a higher low. Or the second possibility is we get a massive omega pump of like probably $10,000 in one day, so for it to be able to just break into the critical zone on the first tap around. A little bit lower. 12 hours already put in the top candle, and now we have a nice swing failure pattern of that top as well. The confirmation that this short is probably going to play out 94s for me is if we get a 12-hour close below 92,622. If that happens, then at the very least, we're going to probably come back down to this 90 MA. Once we get there around below $90,000, I feel like we're going to capitulate to somewhere around that 38.2%, but at the mid 80s. And that would have erased this entire pump, and probabilities are at that point we're going to break down, and we're just going to probably start going down only for the next couple of weeks. Eight hours now very close to putting in a massive bearish engulfing candle and a swing failure pattern. 6 hours already confirmed the shooting star, and we failed to break it with a nice little retest. Or did we break it? 95. Yeah, we just very slightly broke it by not even $100, but like 90 something dollars. And now we're getting the follow through below this low. If we get a close below the same number of 92,622, that confirms the breakdown. And to go along with that, we're getting momentum now starting to flip down right at the top of the bullish control zone. Got a God mode sell signal on the jewel as well. 4 hours also put in the top candle. Just want to see it close below this low, same number, 92,622. Then at the very least,
sucker.
At the very least, we're going to get a move to the 38.2% at right around $89,000. Now let's switch over to the other side. The bull moon works once again.
When's the bear moon starting to take effect? Next week?
I believe so. It's on, next week, 27. 27? No, that's this week.
No, it's this week. It's
Yeah,
on
27.
Sunday, I think.
So the hopium is is still alive. That's what the whole another part of what the thesis of up then down was based off of, is that we had a bull moon, and then we would probably pump into the bull moon, make our local top right around where the new moon starts, and then that's where we start going down. So right now on Tether dominance, we have bearish divergence. We are very close to invalidating it. As of now, we are a little bit farther away than we were before. But if we get a close over 5.85%, still got 2 months to go in eternity in cryptocurrency land, that would confirm another drive of bullish divergence. That would give us targets of current highs. Monthly already has hidden bullish divergence confirmed. It's a little close to invalidating though, and it will be confirmed as long as we are above 4.56%, which we are above quite a bit right now. And right now, the jewel has lost the sell signal on the monthly on Tether dominance. 2 week is putting in a little top candle, so this pullback is to be expected. Right around here is where we would expect it to bottom out if we are still going to be bullish on Tether and bearish on crypto, which lines up with that $94,000 short area. Another piece of reasoning why I was looking at that area. The 2 week on the jewel is also very, very close to confirming a pink crossing over yellow within the bearish control zone, and the light blue breaking out of the bearish control zone. Very, very bullish pattern. Weekly is very close to giving confirmed bearish divergence, but we've already tapped the 21, so it's seeming like it could be one of those divergences that has already played out by the time it confirms. The next target on that divergence, however, is going to be if we start to close below this low here at about 5.02%, and then we're probably going to come down to test these lows once again. It's still not exactly dead. The theory still could technically play off the double bottom. I just don't really like to believe in double bottoms, and I'm going to be thinking that it's going to break down. And the reason I don't believe in double bottoms or double tops is because I don't think the market is nice enough to give you 2 opportunities to short the top or 2 opportunities to buy the bottom. I feel like more often than not, just you're lucky to get even one.
Yeah.
5 days now where Tether dominance is starting to get bearish. We have a sell signal on the jewel, but it has not confirmed yet. You got 2 days and 9 hours to go. It will likely confirm if you close below 5.02%. 3 day has confirmed bearish divergence. We've already hit the easy targets though. We hit the 100 EMA and the 55. The next target is going to be if we close below 4.56%, and that's going to take us to. I believe this number. Pretty sure this number is going to update because this is a 3 day chart. It's going to take a long time to play out. Right now, that number is 2.23%. Like if this number doesn't update, this probably goes along with Bitcoin going to like $200,000,
Oh boy.
which is why I don't think that it's going to go to 2%. 2 day also has 3 days of bearish divergence. It will be active as long as you're closing below 5.48%. And your next move is going to be with a close below the same 4.56% number. See if this is even a more ridiculous target than that of 1.81%. And let's switch to Bitcoin. Bitcoin is it still has that active 3 drives of bullish divergence. We came very close to invalidating it. Now we're a lot further away from invalidating it. It's going to be valid as long as you're closing above $76,702. And if you do get a close, this is not very helpful because it's all-time highs. If you get a close over 109,354, then that gives you the upper targets. This is going to update, but right now it's at I'm so uncomfortable saying this number, $526,000. I'm not saying it's going there. I'm just saying that's what the critical zone is at. Monthly currently has active bearish divergence, very close to now invalidating it. It will invalidate if you get a monthly close over 95,150. Where for me, even a single like tick over 95,150, I'm going to be more on the side of that. We're probably going to go to new all-time highs. There's just but once again, it still is possible to reject 100K. It's just not likely. 2 week is now about to put in a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence, and it will confirm as long as you close in the next 4 days and 9 hours above $88,660. It's not looking good, bruvs. Or I guess it is looking good, bruvs. And the target on that divergence, the first one is going to be all-time highs, and then the next one is not. This number is not very relevant because it's going to update. But right now it's at $340,000. It'd be funny if that dude Fibbo Swanee is right once again, because he said that he still has targets of 250 by end of year.
Damn.
If it was anyone else who said it, I would have probably disregarded it. But he was one of the.
What if Kathy Wood said it?
Oh, then it's never gonna happen. 3 day
But he was
has
what
confirmed.
you were saying. I'm sorry, you were saying
He was one of the only people that said the exact bear market bottom of 15,500, and then said, "All right,
Oh,
we're going to new all-time highs from here."
Oh wow.
Crown didn't even get that. On the 3 day, we have bullish divergence confirmed. This has been confirmed for a while. This was also making me think that we would go to 94s, and it is going to be active as long as we're closing over. Right now, you could use this one. This is about $78,400. And your next target on that divergence, once again, this is going to update. First one is all-time highs. Second one is at the moment critical zone is at $212,000. 2 day has 3 drives of bullish divergence active. Very close to hitting the bullish control zone. It's going to be active as long as you're closing above which one? 80, about $83,000, 83,111. That would invalidate it, and your next target after the all-time highs would be the critical zone, and the critical zone also sits in the 210. Hang on, let's go to the momentum chart. Tether dominance momentum is still to the downside as long as it's below 5.67%. We still have 2 months and 8 days to go. Anything could really happen in that 2 months and 8 days. If we do manage to flip this up on the quarterly, the significance would be that you have much lower momentum than here, but you have a much higher low, giving you hidden bullish divergence on the 3 month, and that gives you an absolute minimum target at that 7% area, but likely way higher. Likely it's going to break these highs if that confirms, and probably go over 10%. Monthly is already positioned to the upside, and it's rejecting the critical zone, and it's going to be pointed up as long as you're above 4.11%. So even if this closes further down and it closes, still pointed up as long as you're above 4.11%. 2-week is also still pointed to the upside, breaking into the bullish control zone, and it will be pointed up above 4.38%. Weekly is now what's flipping down. This was also confluence for the move up, and it will be flipped down as long as you're below 5.57%. But right now, on this next weekly open, it's going to be approaching the edge of the bullish control zone, and that's where it likely becomes easier to flip back up. 5 days also flipped to the downside, and it'll be flipped down below 5.81%. And we have, I can't really see, is that a lower high? Yeah, just slightly lower high, giving you bearish divergence on the 5-day. We've already hit the easy target though, about that. It's 55 EMA. And right now, the silver cross to the upside is still technically active. 3 days also flipped to the downside. Is that a lower high? Yep, bearish divergence as well on the 3-day. And it's going to be pointed down below 5.86%. 2 days also pointed to the downside. Going to be pointed down below 5.41%. Daily is now pointed down, but it's getting very close to being able to flip back up. If we can close in this on this daily close above 5.12%, just barely under it, this will flip momentum back to the upside, marking our next lower high for Bitcoin, and the thesis will then play out. Gonna suck to have been right on the move up and then be wrong on the rejection. Could have just stayed long.
Yeah.
4 hours now telling us also that likely at the very least a local top, if not macro lower high is in right now for Bitcoin, and local bottoms in for Tether, because we're reaching very extreme areas on volatility. We're all the way up at 90, almost 93% on volatility, and we're just about to start contracting. Whereas momentum is now flipping up on Tether, and it will be flipped up as long as you're above 5%.
Very nice. Very nice.
And the meme lines are currently working out too. Got to this meme line. At the moment, we are rejecting this meme line. On the quarterly, it still technically is pointed to the upside. And this the pivot previously was around $48,000. Now it's flipped up, moved up all the way to $93,000. We're still technically below that number. And I'm pretty sure I said this on the last time around on the stream, is that $93,000 number, the pivot also becomes a very high probability to tap. And that's where you'll see if you get a rejection or not, whether we're going to get extension of the bull market or not. But as of this moment, still we are getting a rejection from that area. It's not much, but it's still a rejection.
Literally on Monday, we said we're going to that pivot. That was 2 days ago.
It's funny how that works out. Like these pivots are more useful than just telling you where momentum is, because it also tells you that there's good probability you'll tap that pivot.
Well, yeah, because Price needs to fuck around those numbers, because it's not like you're the only one looking at these things, at these averages. Like a lot of really trained professionals, if you will, are looking at the same. This is what I've been looking at, from being a retard and from afar, because you guys know this shit. I don't. But is charts get murky when a fucked up movie's coming. Like it's not straightforward. And it's getting very murky right now. Like all of your technical stuff. This is why, to me, again, I go, I'm going to put my 94,000 in, and I'm going to go with that short and roll it. And the reason why is because I know once we get close to that fucking target, everyone's going to be like, well, technicals tell me it's bullish. And
Yeah,
let me bring you in, Alex, 1 second. Because everyone goes, oh, yeah, this is all fucking bullish now. All technicals are pointing up, and then fuck you. You know, it kind of seems prime for that.
And this is the one situation where one of the few situations where the advanced stochastic actually gives you a little bit of an advantage over people using the regular stochastic, because all they would be looking at is, oh, momentum is still to the upside, but they wouldn't see the pivot went from 48,000 to 93,000. And as long as we're below 93,000, momentum is still down. So monthly is also flipped to the downside. Monthly is very close to giving us a volatility setup now. And we are going to be flipped down. And statistically, if this volatility does fire off, it's setup does fire off, it's going to fire off to the downside because we're pointed down as long as we're below $106,150. And we have bearish divergence and we're about to break out of the critical zone. This is the last time that we freshly broke out of the critical zone on the monthly was in January of 2021. No, May of 2021. That was right before we dumped from $60,000 towards about $28,000. So even though we still went to a slightly new all-time high, we dumped more than 50%. And the last time that we had volatility expansion with that bearish divergence and loss of that area was on right over here, Luna collapse. May look good, but technically we're still pointed down as long as we're below around $106,000. 2 week is also pointed to the downside with the volatility setup approaching, and we are with bearish divergence, and we're pointed down as long as we're below 99,900, basically 100,000. Weekly is now starting to flip up, giving you a derp of life. Volatility, although is contracting, telling you still it should be a corrective move. And we're pointed up as long as you're above $82,800. After this weekly close, we're going to be approaching the edge of the bearish control zone, and then this pivot is likely to go up. And then we're going to have to see where it goes to, because if it goes above price action, it's likely to reject, and that's where the idea likely plays out, that we go down to about 70K or 69K. 5-day. 5-day is also very close to giving us another volatility setup. Last one was to the downside. Momentum is currently pointed up, so volatility does expand. Probabilities are to the upside, and we are pointed up above $80,300. And what likely confirms that volatility move to the upside is that move over 95,150. Two-day is playing out a volatility setup right now to the upside, and it is going to be pointed up as long as you're above $89,000. Let's see how much of a move we've gotten so far. About 24%. The average move is about 25 to 30%. So theoretically, it is arguable that it's played out. Come on. Daily is also pointed to the upside, but it's getting right on the edge in the critical zone. And then we pointed up as long as you're above 92,200. So if we flip down today, that's the first step in the puzzle that probably going to break down, and pretty harshly.
That'd be nice. That's a nice 92,200.
Four hours now starting to flip down, and we will be flipped down as long as we're below $94,220.
Nice.
So I will admit the higher time frames are starting to look bullish right now. They are starting, but that's the idea, to get everybody back long, to make them all start to look bullish. But if you look a little deeper into it, momentum is dancing right around the levels that would flip the monthly down. We're actually still below the level that would flip the monthly down. And if the monthly does flip down, I mean the quarterly, it does flip down. Every single time the quarterly has flipped down before then, it's been a bear market, 100% hit rate. And if something has a 100% hit rate, you probably kind of have the tism if you want to play against that, because 100, sure, it's going to eventually fail, but who knows when. Monthly is still flipped to the downside, even though the monthly candle looks pretty good. Momentum is heavily flipped down, and it will be down as long as you're below $106,000. So in the next 7 days and 9 hours, we'd have to pump like what is that, $14,000 to flip momentum back to the upside. We've seen some crazy pumps before, but it's pretty rare to get a $14,000 weekly candle. The 2 week is to the downside with the bearish divergence. Monthly is to the downside with the bearish divergence. You have the volatility set up with the bearish divergence, which you haven't had since Luna. Every time frame is now bearish down to the weekly, but and the 5 days 5 days also flipped up, and it's very close to putting in hidden bullish divergence. If that divergence does confirm, that'll likely take us up towards $100,000, and at that point, we're more likely to go all-time highs. Right now, the original idea is still playing out. Tap that $94,000 area, reject from there, and then maybe the grind around there for a little bit, some chop, and then eventually we get our nuke. And I'm still thinking that happens. Still holding the short, and maybe Bear Jesus will give us.
Very, very nice. Let's fucking hope so. Let me bring Alex back. There you go. There we go. There we go. Oh, fucking interesting times. I think this is going to be fun. 92-100 now. And we got perfect rejection off the meme line. The reference right here from last stream. Do I even have to do anything anymore? All right. All right. Let's fucking get it. We have Ethereum and Cardano right after this. People sitting on chairs want to know what's happening with their favorite asset, and
Which
that
one do you
not
look
being
for?
their wife, obviously.
I think Ethereum.
Oh, all right. I'll be in the chair. I'll do ADA.
Sweet. All righty. Thank you, boys. Man, this is great. Estamos viendo la tabla de Bitcoin, damas y caballeros. Bitcoin ha tenido un gran pompazo. Todo el mundo se está preguntando, ¿esto va a continuar? ¿Va a ser el festival de la subida? ¿O vimos el alto en donde literalmente vamos a rechazar y nos vamos a ir para abajo fuertemente? Podemos ver acá que las líneas memes funcionan, que los niveles funcionan. Siempre es bueno tener estos rangos. La razón por qué es simplemente fundamentos. Habíamos platicado de este alto acá. Estamos viendo una temporalidad de 2 días para limpiar un poco la tabla. Habías visto este alto de acá, que era la primera llamada. La segunda llamada está aquí arriba en esta línea. Por ende, nuestra entrada en nuestro corto, 94,200, está acá. Y la invalidación es simplemente llevarnos esta vela de corbata. Todavía no lo hacemos. ¿Vamos a continuar subiendo? ¿Vamos a continuar bajando? ¿Qué es lo que sigue? Es la pregunta del millón, ¿no? Nadie lo sabe. Personalmente, y solamente puedo hablar de mí en esto, tengo una visión bajoplacista. Había visto este rebote ocurrir. Había dicho que iba a venir hasta los 94. La razón por la que dije 94 fue varios de los que yo sigo saben de la resistencia en 92, 200, 92, que es esta, la que tengo en este gráfico. Se los voy a enseñar. Justamente donde estamos, 92, 300. No, 92, 500. Todo el mundo lo sabe. Todo el mundo sabe de ese canal. Y cuando empecé a escuchar en todos lados de eso, y pueden ver acá mi línea meme también, la morada, ahí va para abajo, bien. Cuando empecé a escuchar todos esos objetivos en mis shows favoritos de YouTube, dije, ni de pedo vamos a parar ahí. Por eso volteé a ver esta vela y dije, güey, si algo nos va a detener es esto. Si no, esto ya nos va a llevar a los 100,000, y de los 100,000 podríamos rechazar en 99 hasta 100, no elegantemente, y eso nos podría llevar a lo que estamos buscando, exactamente, al movimiento que estamos buscando. Por ahora nos está rechazando tal cual como debería. Estamos cayendo y en diferentes temporalidades hay diferentes versiones y visiones en esto. Ahora voy a regresar a mi tabla limpia para que puedan ver un poco más claro todas las cosas. Denle 30 minutos a este pedo y ahí lo pueden ver en la de 2 días, lo sencillo, lo limpio que es esto. Y de nuevo, estas medias de canal no son donde es la media del canal, es donde el precio se encuentra con la mayor cantidad de fricción. ¿A qué me refiero? Que probablemente rebotas a la alza si vienes de arriba para abajo, o rebotas a la baja si vienes de abajo para arriba. Ahora, obviamente hay lugares donde lo rompes y lo cruzas, pero estos son puntos importantes, en mi opinión, del precio. Mi línea en este momento en la media de abajo está en $82,000. mi canal empieza en 88 y acaba en 69 y hasta acá en 107. Estamos siendo rechazados por ahora, justamente de acá, y vamos a ver qué exactamente está pasando. Como siempre, vamos a empezar en la trimestral. Ahora, no sé si les acabé de decir o si fue claro, pero sigo siendo yo bajista hasta que no nos llevemos, ahora sí que mi stop acá. Y de ahí, para convencerme totalmente, arriba de los $100,000. La razón por qué es porque todavía puedes tener un rechazo bastante brillante y esta es otra cosa a mí personalmente que me hizo también estar en corto. Normalmente en estos ciclos, cuando llegas al tope, tienes este tipo de velas y luego una vela que viene justamente a donde el cuerpo de estas velas está, de acá. Ahora, esta vela falló en llegar a ese cuerpo. Acá tenemos esta vela falló llegar a ese cuerpo, pero pueden ver que la siguiente lo logró, rompió y a la baja. Y estas son velas trimestrales. Esto para mí era lo importante y sigue siendo lo importante. Todavía no decimos que ya ganamos y que estamos del otro lado. No, no, no. Todavía no. Por ahora, esto está más de mi favor de ser bajista a no. Por ahora. Vamos a continuar analizando esto, pero viendo la estructura solamente del Bitcoin en este momento, con nuestros promedios, sabemos perfectamente que tenemos una divergencia bajista todavía en momentum en lo que se refiere a este gráfico trimestral. Aunque estemos por encima del 9, del 21, del 34 y hayamos creado nuevos altos, la pregunta es, ¿este nuevo bajo es el principio de una tendencia, de una ruptura de esta tendencia o no? Es lo que queremos saber. Por ahora tiene cara de que sí, pero tenemos que ver por esa divergencia bajista. ¿Por qué? Porque estamos por encima de la media en este momento. La media está en 88,392 en nuestro gráfico trimestral. Todavía nos faltan 2 meses y 8 días para perder esos $88,400. De perderlos, vamos a ir a la parte baja de la zona azul. Y la parte baja de la zona azul corresponde también con mi línea meme en el canal, por ahí de los $49,000. De poder retomarla y ganarla, vamos a ir a los $113,000 y eso nos daría de nuevo más confluencia de que arriba de los 100,000 esto empieza a poner objetivos mucho más a la alza. Mensual, estamos justamente rebotando nuestra 9, que es donde había puesto este soporte, que es cierta forma la media del canal en este momento. Y esto nos llevó justamente a donde encontramos nuestra siguiente zona de resistencia en este momento, que antes fue soporte. Ahí, en esos 94,800, nos encontramos con tope y estamos cayendo por debajo de los 92,000 en este momento. Donde tenemos la media en 89,900, $90,000 básicamente. De perder estos 90,000, siguiente parada va a ser tu promedio del 21 o esta línea amarilla en los 69,655 y eso sería obviamente bajista. Ahora, en volatilidad nos está dando el setup, uno de los setups más de abajo de toda la historia en esta tabla mensual. La cosa es, todavía no juega. Todavía no está por encima, no bajó por abajo el 15%, pero está en uno de los puntos más bajos, lo que nos dice que va a haber un movimiento bastante brusco y agresivo y tenemos también nuestra divergencia bajista mensual. El punto pivote del precio de Bitcoin en este momento en la mensual para cambiar a ser alcista son $93,000. Tienes que tener un cierre mensual en 7 días y 9 horas, arriba de $93,000. Estamos en $91,900 en este momento. Continuamos ajustando. 2 semanas, brother. En la de 2 semanas también tenemos un poco de lo mismo, donde venimos a retestear nuestra zona del 38,2%, nuestra zona azul, justamente donde está nuestra línea meme. Tuvimos el rechazo. De darse este rechazo y a jugarlo, debería llevarnos al 88%. Pero para eso falta bastante. Vamos a ver, lo primero que tendríamos que perder es la 9, que está en 88,677. Por ende, la zona de 89, 88, 500 es muy, muy, muy importante para Bitcoin. De no poder mantener esa zona, vas a ver a Bitcoin definitivamente irse por ahí de los a 69 hasta $43,000, $48,000, perdón. 49,000, perdón, que es la línea meme que tenemos aquí abajo. Tenemos divergencia bajista también en la de 2 semanas y puedes ver que momentum está, que volatilidad está en el punto más bajo de toda la historia. Esto va a crear un setup muy potente. Todavía no sabemos para dónde va a disparar, si va a ser a la alza o a la baja. Vamos a verlo exactamente Pero por ahora continuamos. Semanal empieza a verse algo ya alcista en cuanto a volatilidad y momentum. En cuanto a momentum se refiere, estamos en la parte azul, en la zona azul. Puede ser un pre del rechazo en $97,000 y eso nos llevaría primero a la media que está en 85,200 y de ahí a la zona, a la parte baja de la zona azul en 76,500. Si llegamos a esta zona azul y de no aguantar este mínimo, que probablemente no lo aguantemos si nos lleva al 61.8%, eso nos pone una vez más en $69,000. De estar mal, superaríamos los 94,800, romperíamos los 97,000 y eso nos tendría que llevar mucho más para arriba. 5 días también alcista, divergencia alcista, etcétera. Esto se ve bien. Estamos recuperando el 34, rebotando por la media. Intentamos ir a la parte alta de la zona azul y tal cual como en la semanal podemos ver el pre-rechazo. Ahora, la media en esto está en $87,800. De perder los 87,800, vamos a ir a la parte baja de la zona azul en los $80,000. Antes vas a parar en los 82,000. 82,000 es otro punto importante para el precio porque fue donde tuviste este breakout. Pero puedes ver lo que ha pasado. Estás creando nuevos altos, bajos y bajos más bajos. Y además, en la de 5 días, estás viendo cómo está cayendo también volatilidad por debajo de esto, lo que nos dice que nos va a dar un setup bastante potente. 3 días, divertido este gráfico y esta temporalidad en Bitcoin. Denle 30 minutos a este pedo para aprender. Podemos ver que tenemos esto, volatilidad expandiendo. Volatilidad expandiendo ¿ante qué? Ante este belongo. Este belongo aparentemente debería de empujarnos a la alza. Ya nos llevó al 50%. El 50% es lo que nos rechazó y estamos a punto de caer. De caer por debajo de 91,448, que es la parte baja de la zona azul, deberíamos de tener un viaje mínimo a nuestros promedios aquí abajo entre los 87 y la media en los 85. De perder esa zona, vamos a ir a los $80,000 una vez más. Diaria. Para empezar, tenemos un cruce de nuestro promedio rápido yendo por el bajo. Nuestro EMA 100 y 200 están cambiando de lugares. Lo que esto podría decirme es, cuando tienes al promedio del 100 bajando por debajo del 200, esto es bajista. ¿Por qué tenemos esto? Esto podría ser una trampa. Esto es normalmente el pump de este cruce. Y este me parece que es un cruce de la muerte. No estoy completamente seguro en la terminología, pero simplemente un promedio rápido, el promedio más lento, que es el 200, yéndose por encima de uno más rápido, que es el 100, es básicamente como ver el promedio del 55 por encima del 21, y eso es bajista. Normalmente quieres verlos al revés. Entonces, esto podría ser un pump de solamente esto, y eso nos diría exactamente qué es lo que estamos viendo. Para simplificarlo un poco para todos ustedes, solamente en Bitcoin, rápidamente se los voy a poner. Hay varias cosas que a mí todavía me dicen que este movimiento no es real a la alza. Uno, que aguantó perfectamente y no nos hemos llevado esta vela todavía de corbata. Eso fue lo que me hizo poner mi tesis por adelantado. Dos, normalmente cuando llegamos a un punto, una tesitura bastante importante en un gráfico, y es por eso que puse mis órdenes, solamente quiero explicar esto para la gente que tal vez no lo entienda. Puse mis órdenes por adelantado en este punto y la razón por qué. Bueno, he estado haciendo DCA a este punto y mi última entrada fueron los 94,200 con mi invalidación justamente aquí arriba en los 95,200, creo que eso, 95,300. La razón por qué es sencilla. Viendo esto, tienes, después de tener una zona tan importante donde el precio intercambió de manos por tanto tiempo, tienes que venir a retestearla. La retesteamos una vez acá cuando la rompimos, pero ¿eso es suficiente? Ahí está el retesteo. Sobre todo, ¿por qué lo diría? Porque este retesteo, déjenme quito los promedios para que lo puedan ver bien de cerca. A ver. Ahí está. Este retesteo después de la caída ocurrió muy rápido para ser el último. Ahora, puede pasar que sea el último, pero vean cuánto, o sea, duramos acá desde noviembre hasta febrero. Estás hablando de 3, casi 4 meses. Me estás diciendo que en chinga, en 2 días, vas a venir a retestearlo y nunca más. No. Y ahora caemos en febrero y ya estamos en abril. Ya pasó febrero, marzo, abril, 2 meses. Esto es lo que a mí me suena como el retesteo. Esto es el retesteo de esa zona. Y ahí es donde debería haber un gran pum para abajo. Ahora, esto lo hace fácil porque es una invalidación bastante fácil y sencilla. No sabíamos si íbamos a llegar esto al nivel de los 94, pero a mí se me hizo sencillo. La razón por la que puse mi orden por adelantado es porque si íbamos a tener un pompazo, y yo esperé que fuera rápido, esto es lo que yo les dije también. La razón por la que yo pensé que esto fuera rápido es para no dejar a que nadie se meta en short, le dé miedo a todo el mundo, voltea a todo el mundo alcista, esto se los dije, y que todo el mundo crea nos vamos al cielo. ¿Por qué? Porque alguien tiene que ser la víctima del don paso. Eso es como yo lo veo y es también por lo que pongo mis órdenes por adelantado, porque cuando te acercas al momento y tienes este tipo de pompazo, como el que acabas de ver acá, todos los técnicos, todo lo técnico voltea a verse alcista. Es obvio. O sea, ve nada más, güey. O sea, estás diciéndome que vienes de $74,000 en putiza hasta 95,000. ¿Cómo no va a ser alcista? Es un putazo. 27% y lo hiciste en 14 días, en 2 semanas. Y esto es lo que necesitábamos para hacer que todo el mundo saliera a decir, bueno, sí, esto se va a ir al cielo, güey, tiene que ir al cielo, era lo que era, el nuevo bajo más alto. Tiene que ser, tiene que ser. Y fue acompañado este pompazo en Bitcoin del pompazo más falso, en mi opinión, en el mercado tradicional. Este es el SP500. En el SP500, ¿qué es lo que tenemos? Mi resistencia acá, tal cual como Bitcoin. Este es un punto importante, un canal importante para el precio. ¿Qué pasa cuando cayó? Lo intentaste retestear, pero te la adelantaste y aún así fallaste. Y ahora, lo que yo tengo acá tengo este retesteo en los 5,500. Para mí, el mercado nos está diciendo, en verdad se va a ir a altos históricos. La primera cosa que me lo diría es superando los 5,500 con el SP500. Porque es lo que estaba viendo a todo el mundo. Están esperando, están esperando, están esperando. ¿Y qué es lo que hemos visto en vez de superarlo? Tienes este alto y este alto que se está yendo para abajo el día de hoy. Además de que tienes una abierta absolutamente ridícula, esta madre ridícula en el mercado de positiva, con literalmente noticias que no existen. Vamos a dejar sanciones, vamos a no poner sanciones. Y ahora todo el mundo está compartiendo buenas noticias de las sanciones y ahora las sanciones funcionaron muy bien. Bien, teníamos todos los ingredientes para poder agarrar y follarnos a la mayor cantidad de gente posible. Es como funciona el mercado. ¿Qué otra cosa me lo cuenta? Tesla. Denle 50 minutos a este pedo. ¿Por qué? Porque Tesla tuvo los peores resultados que hemos visto en la puta historia, de los peores. Tienes un cruce plateado a la baja, veniste hasta acá arriba, no pudiste superar ni siquiera estos máximos en 261, pero lo importante no es que hayas superado esto, no, que hayas pompeado. Tesla no tiene por qué subir hoy. No tiene. No importa lo que te cuenten, o sea, no importa lo que te cuenten. Ahora, mucha gente dirá, el mercado ve para adelante, Alejandro, no seas pendejo. Y este fue el peor cuarto de todos. ¿Por qué? Cuando el problema fundamental de Tesla, compañías como Tesla, es la baja en consumo. ¿Qué va a pasar entre ahorita y el próximo reporte en el siguiente cuarto para decirnos que, uy, güey, el consumo regresó fuerte? Lo único que tenemos que enseñar y lo único que podríamos esperar en ese rebote sería que los aranceles hayan convencido una gran cantidad de gente que no entiende nada de nada a comprar cosas ahorita pensando que van a costar más después. Es lo único. Es lo único. Entonces, volteo a ver a Tesla. Volteo a ver que el dólar, dame todas mis líneas, no seas egoísta, dame todas, denle 30 segundos, van a ver por qué. El dólar aguantó perfecto en el canal del que había discutido con ustedes. Me lo pongo en la semanal, que le está costando trabajo esta chingadera. Esto es TradingView. Un movimiento agresivo se aproxima porque TradingView está lento. Vean esto. ¿Esto cuándo fue? 2021, 2020. ¿Ok? Fue cuando el dólar cayó. Después de eso nos fuimos hasta acá. Una vez más, estás en la parte baja de ese canal. La vez pasada que hizo eso fue en el 2008, cabrón. O sea, el dólar no cayó más. Y me están viniendo a decir que todo va a subir ahorita, que todo está perfecto, se arregló, que también van a bajar intereses. La otra mejor noticia que me habían dado, güey, ya Trump no va a despedir a Jerome Powell. La noticia la creó él mismo. Voy a despedir a Jerome Powell, o quien la haya creado, que Trump va a despedir a Jerome Powell. Y después salen con la misma noticia. No se preocupen, ya no. Eso causa estabilidad en el mercado. Ok, con o sin, ¿por qué estás pompeando? Explícame. Explícame, no hay. Después volteo y veo a Rivian. Rivian y Tesla están en un problema gigantesco los dos, ¿ok? Y quiero que lo entiendan junto con todas las compañías de coches. El bajón que estamos viendo no es por vehículos eléctricos, no es por nada. El bajón que estamos viviendo en todas estas compañías es por la falta de demanda, ¿ok? Falta de demanda del consumidor. Rivian, acabo de vender 3 putas Rivian este fin de semana. Bueno, Belén lo hizo con sus amigas. Rivian, y por más que les diga eso, no es positivo para cuánta gente lo está comprando. Rivian está regalando los coches junto con Tesla, regalándolos. Si van a la página de Estados Unidos y ven cuánto cuesta hacer un lease, te piden $1,000 de enganche, y para comprar un modelo 3 Performance, que es el que se come a todos los M3, M4, M mis huevos, AMGs, te va a costar $800 al mes por 2 años. Puedes tener un coche mamón por nada. Eso lo está, y están poniéndose más agresivos en los incentivos. ¿Por qué lo digo? Cuando tienes que reducir la cantidad de unidades que vendes, tus márgenes se vuelven mierda en el mundo de los coches. ¿Qué creen que está pasando? Y ahora, Rivian está pompeando con Tesla, Lucid también. Dios. Igual y estoy mal, igual y me la voy a comer entera, ¿no? Digo, y también es un puto trade, no es como el fin del mundo. Y de nuevo, estoy dispuesto a estar equivocado siempre y cuando nos llevemos mi primer stop ahorita y nos vayamos arriba de $100,000. Ahí ya, a la verga está alcista, y no entendí el por qué. Y todo el mercado va a ser muy alcista, y Donald Trump salvó al mundo de sí mismo. Pero por ahora, quiero ser alcista, voy a tener que pedirle a Bitcoin, uno, ganarle a mi línea meme en los 92,500 y tener ese cierre por ahí. Pero dos, y más importante, poder cerrar por encima de 93,500. Denle 30 minutos a mi gráfico. Y tres, poder romper el alto de acá. Si no puedes hacer esas cosas, yo sigo bajista. Y no importa lo que diga todo el mundo, porque es ridículo. Y ahora, no lo digo en Bitcoin, porque Bitcoin es dinero mágico de que le sale del culo un unicornio. Pero estas empresas no deberían de estar pompeando. Este pompazo es lo que yo esperé iba a tardar bastante tiempo en llegar, pero llegó en putiza. ¿Va a continuar? ¿Quién sabe? ¿Quién sabe? El SP500 y esto es mi guía. Así que ahí lo tienen. Bitcoin simplemente esperaríamos un retroceso a los 87,500. La razón por qué es porque si tienes un breakout, donde tienes que regresar a retestear el breakout, señores. Están tus promedios del 9 y el 21. Ahí todavía podrías aguantar y decir, ok, güey, estamos haciendo un bajo más alto en macro y eso nos va a llevar más para arriba. Podrías. Pero una vez que ya pierdes esta zona, todo el momentum bajista de todas las temporalidades se une y te lleva para abajo. Una vez más, ¿dónde estamos equivocados? Arriba de 95,100. 95,200, digamos. 95,200, estamos fuera y esto probablemente va a ir a 100. Una vez que tomes los 100, altos históricos. Estamos bien siempre y cuando no pasemos esto. Punto. Hasta ahora estamos esperando y continuamos en nuestro corto Y ya. Eso es Bitcoin, señores. Vámonos con, what do we have now? Ethereum?
Yeah, Cardano.
Oh, Cardano. Cardano.
Some ADA action.
That's nice.
Cardam. Oh, yeah. Yeah, this honestly, I don't know why I had the strategic
Wait, your Wi-Fi is
that.
completely
I think I
fucked.
did that last.
And I see Farhan's Wi-Fi is pretty good. So I don't know. Like Farhan's Wi-Fi hasn't.
Is mine cutting off?
No, you're good. That's
No.
Can you
why.
hear me
That's
good?
what I'm saying. Yeah. And I can hear you coughing when you're on Alex's. So I know you're in the same place, which tells me you could use the same Wi-Fi.
Yeah. On Farhan.
You're back. You're good. You're back. You're good right now.
Oh, okay.
Go on, sir.
Marvelous. Let me know because So yeah, I was shocked they added this in the strategic reserve. I mean, I think that was last month on this move up. And mind you, this is why we don't like altcoins and investing. It's like that was terrible. 44% move down. I don't know if this volume's true, but 1.2 billion just wiped out. Kind of ucky. So where are we now? Well, you know, monthly is pressing with EMA 34, similar to Bitcoin. Like we're just at a very important spot for Cardano, as you can see. You know, spot rarely gets tested. Does you either see right big moves or big moves down, big moves up, big moves down. So I see it closes. Bulls are going to really try to get back above the 34. Keep in mind, we only ever once got above the monthly 34. And I mean, driven, but it did cause a lot of volatility, and that was mainly because of the news. But when we view the weekly, you know, I like the weekly view because it actually kind of shows like this is a big spot for Cardano. This is not the spot you stack longs at all. You're supposed to stack longs at like 57 cents. Now at 69 cents, this has a real legitimate reason to reject. You have the median, which we're slightly above. You have the meme line, the 9, the 34, the weekly SMA 200, and the 21. So this tells me that this is a pretty big spot for Cardano. If let's say the weekly closes back above that SMA 200, I'll be looking at that as a really good sign. Because I know there's minimal data with it, but with what we do have, we see we lost it here. We reclaimed it, we held above, and then we broke out. But remember, it's an altcoin. So before it had to break out, it had to take everyone who was long out by dumping 24%. Terrible. So, you know, this is a legitimate resistance, not the place to be for longs, in my opinion, but rather watching quite close because with the daily now, you know, very well could reclaim support, and then we simply just consolidate for a while, leading to the weekly possibly reclaiming at very minimum meme line or maybe that weekly SMA 200. But I mean, yeah, this is the rejection spot Cardano now, and if Bitcoin is going to roll over from here, this spot, like this would be it. Daily EMA 100 holds when we just kind of honestly flip this daily red. Still unsure if that'll happen though. Daily BBWP is quite interesting to me because we're actually getting some busting action on this freshly. You know, this freshly gave us a daily volatility setup. We see here we average had a nice move up. And we've seen this before, specifically too with alts. BWP can definitely shift bullish and bearish a lot quicker than Bitcoin. So really, I mean, just how I view any chart, you really shouldn't be too bullish on this. Even let's say if this meme line got reclaimed until we are either back above the weekly SMA 200 or the daily EMA 100. And they are they sitting right by each other? Yeah, they are. SMA 200 is 71.32. And then the daily EMA 100 at, I think, 72.70. So very similar in this range. It's very important. This would be the spot that bears would try to reject us. Cardano to me is not really the nicest chart. I don't know when to would invest in this. To me, the hopium now is that the bi-monthly is possibly in an uptrend. You know, we had the higher up low. to the higher break, right? Broke this last high. Well, there is like bullish structure here technically, but technically speaking though, even with this bullish structure, you would still have a greater chance of going to the median. As long as you're under the 38.2%, you do have a measured move to the median. Find it a coincidence that is right around where the meme line is. We came up and did this, and went up. Would we still keep overall the macro bullish structure? Yeah. That insane pullback? Absolutely. I mean, from current price action, that potentially is a 37% drop. I don't like trading kind of alts because, you know, they're just really not fun to trade. I will say the quarterly did hold the 9. That's nice to see because we actually never held it before on the quarterly. And this at least tells me that the bi-monthly, it is reasonable to say that there is bullish structure on the bi-monthly because even the quarterly has bullish structure here. Holding the quarterly 9 is important. And the fact that you've never held above that, I mean, I have to look at that as slightly significant. But we just still are at resistance as shown on here, right? Where we're at the meme line, the weekly, and the daily. So we just don't want to be scaling longs here. That to me doesn't seem quite wise. You also see here the 6-month close for the first time ever above this resistance, basically at 68 cents, essentially 68.9. So again, it's like the higher time frames. I want to be bullish, but I've played this game before on Cardano where it looked really bullish on like the monthly, the 2-month, and then it just led to nothing. So you want to be always cognizant of this. Like alts are hard to trade because they can give you bullish setups and then Bitcoin can nuke and then it's totally off the table. That's why everything is Bitcoin dependent. You'll obviously get relative strength on some alts, but it's quite rare. So in summary, we are at resistance now. Bulls are gauging a daily EMA 100 reclaim because then they'll know that the monthly probably is going to reclaim the SMA 200. Once that does occur, we can start talking about a move up to 75 cents. That then gets reclaimed, especially if the weekly SMA 200 gets reclaimed. You'd have to assume the daily will. Once that all does happen, though, yeah, you're going to move up to 85 cents fairly fast. That from this point would still be a 16% move. So no matter how you look at it, up or down, Cardano is very volatile. But I'm still looking at this chart as very weak. I don't know. Is there any I don't even know if Coinbase has the most amount of data. Maybe Binance.
I have the Binance chart.
Yeah, because I just feel like there should be more data on mine. Yeah. Okay, cool. So, I mean, it's just the same thing. Let me check where that weekly SMA 200 moved to now. All right. So we've actually hit it. Still around the same zone. What about the daily EMA 100? Did that shift? It should have slightly, a little more down, but it's still it's the same analysis. You're now gauging daily 9 to hold. Any pullback from here, daily 9 has to hold. Simple. Because look at in this down move, what was basically catching us is the 21 and the 9. So you should, with logic, think that, okay, we reject here. This has to hold. I'm wrong if we take out this last higher low, and then we can potentially get a long trigger. Until then, though, I really would not be scaling longs at all here until at very minimum a daily 9 retest. Because what you don't want to be is the guy scaling longs here and it's just blatant obvious resistance. This is a very big spot for Cardano. It's not healthy really that it broke out, deviated, rejected, bigly rejected, lost the weekly EMA 100, reclaimed it. Obviously, we're going to get a move to the SMA 200, which is how my system works. But now you do have to look at this as like the rejection zone. Let me see the median move.
I have a question for you and Farhan, if you guys don't mind. When the EMA 100 goes below the SMA 200 on something, isn't that a death cross? Is that called a death cross?
I don't think so. What's a death cross?
That's 50 in the 200.
Yeah. Got it. Because when the 100 and the 200 cross, in my view, for the most part, you seem to get a pump first, which is a fake out, and then fuck you to the ground. But if it's not a thing, this is just an observation that I have. So never mind.
No,
I mean, it still tells you a general downtrend though when a slower, a faster one crosses below a slower one.
Lower one. Yeah, exactly. It's like the 9 crossing the 21 before a silver cross. Like fast moving average, crossing below the slow one's bearish. It is bearish. Now, would you like open trades once this cross happens? No, but it would just tell you, okay, 100 should reject. We reclaimed it. Estimate 200 should reject. And that worked out well. But it's an all. So, of course, you got to reclaim it, go up to the meme line, reject, and then break down. Of course, you have to do that. So, honestly, in my opinion, and I don't like Cardano. This chart doesn't really scream bullish to me. I'll look at the Bitcoin pairing, and that could maybe help. But really, honestly, it's like this should start rolling over. And if it wants to be dirty, it could like go up to here and then roll over. But I'm really not, especially now I'm seeing the Binance chart. Like, I'm not going to be bullish on this chart, honestly, until we get back above 81 cents. So we get back above 81 cents. Awesome. The weekly estimate 200 gets reclaimed. Great. That's confluence that we're probably going to go up to 81. I got to see this get reclaimed on a weekly closure because, you know, this chart's not good. And Cardano is one of those charts that does this and then does that. Like, it's just totally unstable. It's almost like XRP. I don't want to disrespect XRP. Cardano looks worse, but it moves the same way because it's an altcoin in the sense that you get massive pumps and then they fizzle out. Massive pumps, fizzling out. So really, there's no reason to be bullish on this until you're back above 81 cents on a weekly close. Getting back above 81 cents would then open up going to $1 to $1 and like 10 cents. Absolutely. That's why it's a big zone, and you'd have to be gauging that as a major spot of rejection. Get back above there. Awesome. It's going to start looking better. You know, quarterly 9 probably then held, and we're going to move up. But until then, yeah, this isn't a tricky spot because if you're like trading off of this and you're front running things, you could argue it's bullish, but then you start looking at this candle and you're like, well, are you just like filling out some of this? Like, remember I said that when we were doing like, I forgot what chart it was. Whenever you make these candles, you do like to fill this out, but you know, it's not like that's all it is. It's just filling that major like inefficiency. Even the weekly 9 tells you that, like, you know, we lost the weekly 9. We haven't even hit it yet. So if you get to move up to the weekly 9, which is sitting semi close to the 81 cent mark, should be looking for rejection. So honestly, Cardano's a no long zone for me under 81 cents. You're actually, bears are looking for this to do some smackdown action around here. Maybe at the 21, it goes up around 73 cents. But if this is really going to be bearish, this is literally going to reject here, not take out 77, basically take out March 24's high, and this should roll over. Let me look at the Bitcoin pairing now, obviously, because that can maybe make me more bullish on this. Maybe. Okay. And it's not bad. At least you're still holding the meme range, right? That's good. Because what we don't want is this. That was bad. You know, how I'm deciphering this on the weekly is, yeah, probably gets a move up to the 9. And that probably correlates to Cardano testing its weekly 9, in my opinion. You know, and even here you see the 21 and the 9 now about to cross. Where's the 55? Not even. So it's like when I see this touching, it's like, yeah, this white line holds on 88 BTC. Maybe we do see this get tapped, but then I'm expecting this to roll over. This is a really, wow. I mean, like, look at this chart. Look at this. This is crazy. These are essentially back in 2019 lows, then 2020, 2023, and now here we are in 2025. Yeah, I don't know. Like, that's why we honestly make fun of this chart, because it's just really not good. I don't know why people are bullish on it. Genuinely, I don't know why. But that's okay. That's why we have a market. Let's look at the monthly now. Yeah, I mean, even monthly 9 couldn't even get reclaimed on this epic move up. They just couldn't even get it above the 9. That's honestly very weak when I see something like that. Like, why couldn't they on what was this? A 57% move just reclaim the monthly 9 at very minimum? That's weird. So, you know, you have to look at this as like, yes, this could bounce. Obviously, probably a daily will say that. Yeah, maybe we go up a little higher. Maybe we hit the 34. Maybe that comes in around the weekly 9. But I mean, overall, is once 88 starts breaking 724, 88 Bitcoin, I mean, you really have nothing but this now. I'm just going to be real. You can argue this too. But like, that's a big drop. So Cardano is like at the edge right now of a cliff, in my opinion. I am gonna expect bulls to at least step in here, and they are. Granted, they are like right. We reclaimed it. We popped back. We might reclaim the daily 9. That should act as possibly support. But as soon as you fall back under that daily 9, I would be very cautious of this breaking down. Let's look at the HPDR now. Where's the 38.2%? Okay, so there's some opium. We are breaking out on the HPDR, holding support. Like I said, daily 9, you just as a bull want that to hold now. Median shifted down. What about the 2-day? Oh, God. Just like, yeah. I mean, it's just a lower high potentially at the 2-day SMA 200. So honestly, in my opinion, Cardano is really not an easy chart for me to read. I want to say it wants to go up slightly more, which is fine. That makes sense because that's probably, where's Cardano? That probably does correlate to the daily, maybe going up a little higher and hitting the daily EMA 100, maybe, right? It's like maybe we hold support and then maybe we actually do this and then push up, hit the daily EMA 100 and then reject. That to me seems very likely. Wrong if we start, reclaiming the weekly SMA 200 and then at that point getting back above 81 cents. You get back above 81 cents, yeah, I'll be pretty bullish on Cardano. It potentially can move up above $1 again. Until then, yeah, there's just going to be major chop and resistance in the zone and more of a chance to break down. Higher time frames look good. Semi, just simply off that quarterly 9 holding, but yeah, I don't know. It is looking okay. Now I'm viewing even HPDR. It isn't a breakout technically, so it should technically hold the 9, ideally. But yeah, I don't know. Very kind of hard chart, I will say. I don't know why it's complicated because it's just giving you all different conflicting signals on all different time frames. But, it's like, we'll see. My line in the sand for Cardano breaking down, I'll make it easy, will be simply us, losing the weekly EMA 100. Very simple. You lose that, you're probably going to break down back to 40 cents. Until then, you're in the gray zone of the chart, right? You're in the middle. I could draw a mid-range, but usually I don't. So you're literally in the gray zone now. You're using moving averages. Yeah, you could go up a little higher. That's why it's tricky right now. And Cardano is an altcoin, so it's very predatory. So that's why, to me, it's giving me conflicting signals. It's in a gray zone. Long, look for longs if we reclaim 81 cents. Maybe look for shorts around here or get confirmation if you start losing the weekly EMA 100. Why? Because, well, if you lose that, you're now breakdown posturing, losing the 38.2%. And the next support, to me, is 30% down. So, even if you were patient with it, did this and got the short there, perfectly fine. Still very good RR. So yeah, that's all I have on ADA. It's really not a good chart though, honestly. There's other things that you could invest in or even trade really, because on the daily, this is kind of shitty to trade. Like this sucks, right? That honestly sucks. And then this isn't fun. That's never fun. Like this really does like liquidity grab a lot. Like that kind of sucks because this is at what? Like, yeah, that's terrible. You're like a 13% move down. Anyone on a 10x or higher is liquidated, and then boom, you move up again. And then here it's like this is a terrible chart. I'm just gonna say it again. Terrible chart. I don't like looking at Cardano. There's a reason why we make fun of it, and this is why it's terrible. Not even Trump could save it. So, yeah, terrible.
That's a big statement. It's
Yeah.
a big ass statement. Here's a chart the way I had it from the last stream. Interesting because he talks about like the SMA 200 being support, breakdown, and then going to retest it, which in a way it's kind of doing that. I can't remember when was the last time we saw this bullshit, but it simplifies my work. Thank you, sir. All righty. We're gonna do Solamis for you after.
Oh, nice. A better chart.
Thank you. Yeah, lots of crypto requests today.
Lovely.
Vale. Estamos viendo Cardano, damas y caballeros. ADA, la moneda favorita de toda la gente que le encanta ver a su esposa hacer por alguien más desde una silla en el hotel. Algo me llamó la atención bastante esto. Tenía ya este gráfico puesto. No sé cuándo fue la última vez que vimos Cardano, pero se había dicho el S&P 200 ha estado en línea perfecta para arriba, en diagonal, casi meme. Y básicamente esto fue soporte, soporte, lo perdiste. Eso es lo que quería ilustrar por acá. Déjenme borro todas estas cosas. Y la razón por qué es porque hizo mi trabajo bastante fácil. Otra cosa que había ilustrado por acá es simplemente esto, el cruce donde el promedio del 100 y el 200 cambia y el 100 va por abajo del 200, que es bastante negativo. Y estamos viendo a Cardano en este momento poner esta vela un poco topera. Nosotros esperaríamos ver a Cardano ser rechazado por alguna de estas velas, no poder pasar de este máximo en los 77.4, 77 centavos, donde diríamos que esa sería nuestra línea en la arena, básicamente, que no creemos que eso pase. Si llegas a pasar de acá, creemos que muy probablemente, porque retomarías todos los promedios, que tengas una probabilidad muy alta de ir mucho más arriba una vez que superes los 80 centavos también. Ok, con eso dicho, vamos a empezar por la de 3 meses. Bastante información por acá. La de 3 meses tenemos nuestro alto del principio, luego el alto más alto en el 2021 y Cardano en este ciclo simplemente no hizo un alto más alto, muy a la Ethereum, pero no tan castigado. Mínimo Ethereum llegó un poco cerca de su último alto histórico. El alto histórico de Cardano está en 3.15, está cotizando en 69 centavos. Nice, very nice. Y hemos visto que después del 2021 no hemos podido lograr un alto más alto, lo que los pone en una postura bajista, pero como buena criptomoneda absolutamente hija de puta, está creando bajos más altos. Y al crear bajos más altos, no te deja pensar que es totalmente bajista y que se va a ir a cero. Te hace jugar en que está en medio de un rango. Ok, interesante. Con eso dicho, volatilidad está contrayendo, no tenemos nada por ahí. Vamos a ver cómo nos pinta el HPDR esto en la trimestral para Cardano. Güey, qué horrendo HPDR en esta madre. Horrendo. Estamos por encima de la zona azul. Ah, bastante claro. O sea, pierde básicamente los 63 centavos y vas a darte una vuelta a los 30, a los 40. Y si llegas a perder los 40, a los 12 centavos a crear un mínimo nuevo local, pero no total. ¿Ok? Ok, eso es la trimestral. Además, bueno, en este momento lo consideraríamos alcista porque está por encima del promedio del 9 y el 21, pero tenemos nos ponemos nuestros moñitos al decirlo. Perdón. Un mes. Mensual, vela topera, vela de indecisión, vela topera y cualquier cierre por debajo de esta vela topera en 62 centavos, que en realidad es la parte alta de la zona azul, digamos 61 centavos, perdiendo 61 centavos, probablemente vas a ir a los 34. Ah. Vela toperaza. ¿Qué es una vela topera? Una vela delgada, el cuerpo de la vela es la parte gorda. Esto es un wick y normalmente la vela entera, el cuerpo es 25% más chico del total de la vela, lo es, porque lo puedes ver por acá, y está en la parte baja. Esta es una vela topera de libro. Lo único que tenemos que hacer para confirmar es un cierre por debajo de esos 62 centavos. Cerrando por ahí, vamos a la media y eso está en 34 centavos, lo que te pone con estos mínimos, todavía sin romperlos. De perderla, vas a crear nuevos mínimos locales en los 24 centavos primero y después continuar muy probablemente a 61.8 a los 16 centavos. Por ahora, Cardano tiene en la mensual el jueguito de B. Estamos haciendo altos más altos, qué chido, y bajos más altos, correcto. Así que eso podría poner a la gente bastante emocionada con Cardano, pero la realidad es que esto es un gráfico mensual y de no poder romper los 71 centavos a la alza, 72 centavos a la alza, no vas a tener chance de ir a los 80 y eso te pone un poco por ahí con lo que vimos en la semanal. Volatilidad está contrayendo, nada que anunciar por acá. 2 semanas, volatilidad contrayendo, estamos por debajo del 9, debajo del 21, estamos cayendo en la zona azul, esto lo pone en una postura bajista y tampoco está sobrevendido. Zona a cuidar, los 56 centavos, básicamente esta línea meme por acá en los 54. De poder romper una vez más los 72 centavos, eso te va a poner una postura mucho mejor. Después de ahí tienes que romper los 76, que tiene un poco de correlación con lo que habíamos platicado antes. Y de los 76 deberías de encargarte de romper los 80. Una vez que rompes los 80 vas a testear la media y de ahí tienes probabilidad alta de ir a buscar estos máximos. Semanal, la semanal está horrenda, cabrón. 1, estás por encima de la media, pero la media está un centavo abajo en 68. Estás tapeando el S&P 200 que te está rechazando. El 34 también. El 21 está aquí arriba, ni siquiera lo tocaste. Y el 9 está literalmente micras de centavo abajo de donde está el precio. De llegar a perder esos niveles, vas a ir a visitar los 57 centavos. Volatilidad contrayendo. Voy a llevarlos a la diaria. La diaria es la que lo pone honestamente bastante sencillo. Y es esto. No tienes que buscar HPDRs ni nada. Rompes y también ve lo alto en el rango de Cardano en la diaria. Ya está en 88.3% aquí arriba. ¿Ok? La cosa va a ser esta. Y tienes que poner atención a esto. Déjame quito el HPDR para que lo puedan ver tranquilos y más fácil. Tienes estos máximos en esta zona de 77 centavos, ¿ok? Lo primero, si eres alcista en Cardano y te gusta ver a tu mujer ser reventada por alguien más desde la silla en el hotel, lo primero que tienes que hacer es poder cerrar por encima de 72 centavos. Después, encima de 75 centavos. Una vez que estés aquí, ya chingaste, no. Necesitas los 80 centavos a aguantar. Y confirmar estar por encima del 200. Confirmar, no una vez, 3 veces en la diaria mínimo. 3 por encima. Va a ser bajista, lo único que tienes que perder son los 68 centavos. De perder los 68 centavos, vas a primero a ir a buscar los 50 y tantos. Y, los 50, no, son 56 primero y luego los 53 por aquí abajo. Así que, Cardano, vean, en la diaria estás en una tendencia bajista. ¿Por qué? Alto, alto más bajo. Puedes ver que este alto más bajo nunca se lo llevó este. Y desde entonces habías pintado este bajo, tienes bajos más bajos, altos más bajos. Y sí, podrías tener un alto más bajo, ¿no? Como lo que se repitió acá en la zona de los 80 centavos y de ahí rechazar, que es a lo que yo diría es lo que más probabilidad tiene en este momento. O tal vez ya lo dio y fue este pompazo, el rechazo del 100 y vámonos para abajo. Vamos a estar al pendiente de ello. Ahí tienen nuestras invalidaciones y las no invalidaciones. Mr. Farhan, please share your screen. I'm going to add you to here.
Wi-Fi has been extra fucky today.
Ready. You're doing the Ethereums, right?
Yeah.
That fucking disgusting coin. No, I'm just...
That's a crazy wick. Oh, interesting. Ethereum's already tested the bottom of 38.2% on the quarterly. And now momentum is very close to getting over the moving average, while volatility is coming from 0%. This is one of those things where if bulls can turn it around here, this is going to be like basically another version of what we had in December for Bitcoin, but for Ethereum. Because if you manage to hold this 38.2% and you close over this 21 EMA, that would make it more likely that you're going to go to the top 38.2%. That's just under $5,000 right now. So it's one of those times I could be extremely wrong, and Ethereum makes me look like a retard, like it did to everybody who was bearish on Ethereum back here. But there is possible within this next, because we still got 2 months and 8 days left to go. that the idea on Bitcoin does play out, we continue to reject it, then we break 70K, because then this is going to dump hard, and this is likely going to break this 38.2%, and then that idea that's is going to play out, which people give clown emojis for, that these lows are going to break at $800 and go to somewhere around this breakout point. Not exactly the breakout point, but this one here. These highs around like $700 to $600. Right now, it is kind of showing some strength. It's bounced from that 38.2% by almost 30%. Nothing to scoff at. Monthly, however, is now freshly going into the bearish control zone, while volatility is expanding. And we have lost the 38.2%, and we've gotten two closes below 38.2%, and we've lost the 55 EMA. So even if we do continue to bounce from here, this 55 EFA, which has been major support, this was where we came down to at our $800 low. If we continue to close below this 55 EMA, likely this is just going to be a rejection before we go lower. Because when we went to our $800 area, we lost it for one close, and then we immediately deviated it. Right now, we're about to get two closes below it. Doesn't unless there's some heroic bounce before the end of this week, or at the end of the next closure, and we close over the 55, then there's more probability that the bottom is in, and we're probably going to go to all-time highs. Very big if though, because you would have to bounce and close from here about 20% higher, 18 to 20% higher. Not impossible, just a little unlikely, especially with momentum in the bearish control zone. 2 week is now just about to give us a silver cross to the downside, and it is going to confirm as long as price is below basically $2,540. And right now, you are getting a bounce off of this 200, which is likely because this is the first time Ethereum's ever tested 200 on the 2 week. So that bounce can take you anywhere up to like maybe likely this 5, which right now is somewhere around 1,969, right up to like $2,000. And then once this silver cross does confirm, this 9 is going to drop. So it'd be interesting to see if the 9 is in that area as well. That would just be another retest of the silver cross, and then you would dump. And the significance of this candle, or not this one exactly, but this one here, is the previous 2 week candle, is that we officially lost this major low that we had before we had that rally to that $4,000 area. So losing this is very, very significant. So now we've made a lower low. So of course we're going to have a lower high after the lower low. It's not just going to be straight down, but then we're going to get another lower low most likely. Weekly has already confirmed that silver cross to the downside. However, right now momentum is to the upside while volatility is contracting, telling you you're probably going to get a corrective bounce and a lower high, which we are right now. If we can close over this 38.2% on the weekly at about like $1,757, you should see a move into somewhere around this median. The median is also going to come down. It'll be interesting to see it line up with this 90 EMA right around that $1,950 to $2,000 level. And since we've broken these lows, bearish retest right into that area and dump. 5 days also pointed up, just like Bitcoin and the weekly in Ethereum, and the 5 days also giving us a buy signal on the jewel. However, volatility is still declining. The 5 days still is it's weekly where it's getting slightly above that 38.2%. It would also give us a similar target right below $2,000, 1985. Right now, 3-day is rejecting the median. The median is that level that if we can get over, which is 1824, that's what will give us that move to 38.2%. It's exactly at that $2,000 area. And $2,000 is also a very round psychological figure as well. 2-day is now getting pretty high on momentum, just about to flip back down. However, it's still in the bullish control zone. Volatility is still expanding. And on some bullish hopium, 2-day has given us a pretty nice jewel buy signal. The only thing taking away from it is that light blue is a little away from the pink and yellow when it happened, but it's still a pretty strong signal nonetheless because it's happening in the bearish control zone. And we've closed over the 38.2%. As of right now, the 21 is resistance at around that same $1,800 area. If you can get over there, that's what takes you up to somewhere around $1,950 to $2,000. What's going to be enough for me to say that we're probably going to go a lot higher is if we get a close of this candle right here, 2,550. Then we're probably going to be in more of a chance to go back to those all-time highs, like with Bitcoin getting over 95, 150. Daily is also pointing to the upside. However, it's getting a little high, still not topped out just yet. And we're getting over the 38.2%. And the jewel is once again flipping into a buy signal. It is looking quite good. Can't argue with that. But we are, and we've reclaimed this 21 EMA, which has been resistance this entire way down. That naturally that would bring us up to the 55, and the 55 is what we rejected before the initial dump happened. The price was at $3,400. So that 55 is going to be a significant resistance, but this is basically going to be the last line in the stand, stopping us from marking this as our local bottom and getting at the very least a significant pump up to at least $3,500, if not all-time highs. 4 hours putting a nice topping candle, and this will be the top as long as we are below this high of 1834. And if we lose this low of 1761, likely going to come back all the way down to retest this 21, lines up with the median right around $1,700. Also testing this low, and once you lose this low, then it's over from there, and the high is in. You know what I say? I'm suffering with a cold. Traveling always does that. Monthly has active 3 drives of bearish divergence. It's going to be active as long as you're closing below 2,550. Same number comes up once again. That would be the number where if you were to invalidate that, probably going to come back up to retest this at the very least mid $3,000 area. Next target, if you were to get a close below about, let's use this one here, 1822, not that far away from where we are right now. That would give us our next target on the divergence, not that much lower, at about 18. No, it's actually higher. It doesn't work. No, that would be the critical zone, my bad. And the critical zone is impossible. I don't know. It doesn't give you a target. 2 week. 2 weeks still has active bearish divergence. It still has not been invalidated, and it will be invalidated if you can. It's a little close. If you can close over 1957. Invalidating that bearish divergence would give you a move into this 100, a little bit higher than that $2,000 area, but it's sitting at around 2,200. And this would still just be a bearish retest, and it would be a retest of this silver cross that's about to happen. Even the bullish OPM scenarios on Ethereum is still looking bearish.
I just realized I never changed the ticker. What a fucking idiot.
Two-day momentum is still in the bearish control zone. However, it's just about to break out, and we've still confirmed that bullish divergence, which is still active, and it will be active as long as we're closing above about 1537. And your next move is if you can get a close over that 21 EMA, it's going to give you a move into the neutral zone, which right now that sits at about a beautiful $2,000 level. And now daily has put in a fresh drive of bullish divergence, and same number to invalidate 1537. And your next move is going to be into the bullish control zone, which you would have to get a close. Let's close with them from that bullish control zone move. Is it same 25? No, it's a little higher than 25.550. It's about 28.57, and that would take you into the bullish critical zone, and that level is currently at basically just below all-time highs at 41.66. But once you're there, it's pretty much a given that you're going to go to new all-time highs, because then you're sweeping the highs from March of 2024. Nothing on the floor. God, this thing looks terrible. And now the breakdown is getting volatility expansion from the lowest level it's ever been at. Not too unreasonable to say ETH is going to make a lower low from the last cycle. Momentum is pointed down on ETH BTC as long as you're below 0.04. You're a lot below that right now, like
Okay.
half of that, less than half of that. Monthly is still pointed to the downside, but it's just around the number to flip it back up, and it will flip up if you can close over 0.02 in the next 7 days. And even if you do flip it up, that's just likely going to be a bearish retest, and you might come back up to this 5 EMA if you're really bullish this 9, but likely not to get higher than the 9. That would give you a nice little rally on Ethereum, but into a lower high. 2 week is also looking bearish as hell. And we're also at the same area to flip momentum down. It's technically flipped to the upside, but it will flip down if you close below 0.02, which we are below right now. Weekly is also flipped to the upside. Weekly has a much lower pivot. Weekly will remain up as long as we're above 0.01. But if you notice on the weekly is just about to give you volatility contraction from pretty extreme levels. And you would expect a mean reversion bounce after literally just straight down. Likely doesn't get much higher than that what was it, that 9 EMA at 0.255. 5 hours already given us a double extreme. Very, very likely you're going to get that contraction from here, which is going to give you your mean reversion bounce. It goes along with momentum pointing up, and momentum is up a lot as long as you're above 0.01. 2-day is also now contracting from a double extreme, while momentum is pointed up, and you're pointed up above 0.01. 0.01 seems to be the number across the board. And daily is also pointed up, breaking out of the bearish critical zone, with volatility basically coming into a full contraction now, and we are pointed up above 0.01, like once again. And 4 hours now getting to very extremes on volatility. Very likely that at the very least a local top has been put in here, goes along with multiple rejections of the 100, and we're close to flipping down. The pivot is still to the upside, but after this close, it probably goes up based off the posturing of the stochastic momentum. But right now, you will be flipped up above 0.01. Actually, you know what? The pivot is likely different, but this only gives you to a certain decimal point. It's not going to tell you the numbers after that 0.01. So it is possible that we could be flipping it down. That's what I hate about these decimal points.
I know these measurements to Bitcoin, like against Bitcoin, are crazy.
Because Bitcoin's value is just so much.
Yeah. Everything is 0.00000 something.
And then you have those retards saying that their dog shit coin can reach the price. Not even saying that they can reach half the price of Bitcoin is probably pretty retarded. But they said maybe it could reach the price of Bitcoin one day. It did it.
People actually think that too. Like,
Oh no, I know.
It's crazy.
It's like the guy that said that Ripple was going to go, XRP was going to go to 21 right now.
It's crazy how people who put in a very significant amount of their hard-earned money into crypto without looking into how the things in the background actually work. Like the biggest thing about price per token is market cap. Most of the people don't even know what market cap is.
I know. Well, I mean, even just in the community, I've gotten like a lot of messages from people that are like, dude, I sent someone money. Can you help me? I'm like, no, it says on all of our Discord, we will not DM you. How are you falling for this? Like, I'm even asking one person right now, how are you, like, what's the scam? And apparently the scam is they're telling them that you are going to take their money and give them a guaranteed 10% a month on it. And then they just send the money to someone. It's like copy trading.
We've said like more than 10 times now that we do not offer copy trading. We will never take your money and trade it for you. So at this point, if people are sending those messages, I'm more on the side of that they're trying to scam us.
No, it really happens. It's just unbelievable.
People are actually dumb. I get DMs all the time. It's always impersonators of me. And I'm literally like, they DM you.
I'm a little hurt by that, by the way. They're rarely ever me.
Yeah.
What's wrong with me?
Yeah, it's so funny. They'll literally, a scammer will DM them with, "I will never DM you first" on their profile. Like, motherfuckers, I will never
That's
DM
what
you
I'm
first.
saying. That's the one question I asked the guy that was messaging me on X right now. I was like, did the scammer not have that on his? You're
funny, fine.
Yeah, by the way, yeah. It has the it's just greed. So just like what you're saying about the chart, how are people like putting their hard-earned money into something like this when they don't even understand market cap? It's like, how the fuck are people giving someone else money? And it literally says, the guy just ignored that part. It literally says on those guys' account, "I will not DM you." And they're DMing you. Like, that's, I mean, that is peak of this, right? Like, so when you ask that question, Farhan, I'm not surprised people are putting their hard-earned money into something without knowing what a market cap is.
It comes down to the age-old quote: "If you don't respect your money, your money is gonna fuck off."
Well, yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. Continue, sir.
And right now on the quarterly, we already have, unlike Bitcoin, momentum is pointed to the downside right now. And they only pointed down as long as you're below 2,930 and you're rejecting the bullish control zone. Not good. And if you notice this, oh no, never mind. Almost had a hidden bearish divergence, but not quite. That would have been very bad. Monthly also pointed to the downside. Unlike Bitcoin, monthly is already getting a volatility expansion. Where did we expand from? Where did we go down to? About 21%. Didn't quite give us that 15%, but expanding from 20% is still quite something. And we are pointed down as long as we're below 32.76. And we've already lost that 55 EMA. 55 is where that macro bottom was. 2-week also pointed down with volatility expansion, and it will be pointed down below 22.21. Weekly is the only one that's starting to flip up, just like Bitcoin. Flipped up above 1570.2, and we're getting volatility contraction. So if this mean reversion bounce does continue somewhere around that $2,000 area, I'm willing to say it could go to somewhere around 2,200. But if it doesn't start rejecting at that point, then we're probably in a more bullish area. But technically, up until 2,200, it's still bearish. 5 days also flipped to the upside with contracting volatility from a double extreme. So mean reversions is what we're getting right now. Flipped up above 1495. Now this next open, we will likely break out of the critical zone. Still within it though. 2 days also pointed up, breaking out of the bearish control zone now. Contraction from about 85%. And we are pointed up above 1587. Daily is also pointed up, and it's coming from very low volatility. We're about to enter into the critical zone, and we are pointed up above 1649. And now 4-hour, it looks like it's starting to look like the local top could be in on this move to the upside, because we're getting very extreme levels on the RSI, and momentum is very close to flipping down. It's already flipped down, and it will remain to the downside as long as we're below 18. Let's say 1803. What the bullish opium is while momentum is to the downside, it comes back down to retest this 209 and then bounces from there at that 1750 level. That's going to be a very significant level. Once you start to lose that area, that's where the bears take back control, and then we're likely going to retrace this whole pump. If the bulls can hold this area, then they're going to maintain control, and probably the next couple of weeks are going to be up only. Ethereum on the higher time frames is like, not only is it bearish, but it's looking a lot more bearish than Bitcoin is looking. It's looking like we're probably not only going to get more downside, but we're probably going to get a lower low based on momentum flipping to the downside, rejecting the bullish control zone, putting in a lower high after having a high before. Now all we need is a lower low. What usually comes after a lower high is a lower low. Technically, you've already taken out this wick low here. So if you wanted to, you could kind of front run that lower low. You just don't have the divergence that Bitcoin has, because you would have to put in a higher high to get a divergence possibility, and this didn't put in a higher high. But on the monthly, it already has it made divergence from at this point. You could argue that it's already played out because you already went down to the 55 EMA. But I would say that it's still relevant because you've once again lost that 55 EMA. Couldn't really give you any targets on it, just that it's biased towards the bearish side. And we are now breaking into the bearish controls on the monthly. The only time frame, just like Bitcoin on Ethereum, that's starting to flip bullish is the weekly and below. Although those are likely to just give you a lower high. On Bitcoin, it was somewhere around like $95,000, possibly up to $99,000. On Ethereum, it's somewhere around $2,000 and possibly up to like $2,200. But as long as those areas reject, it's still going to overall end up going down. And the invalidation for Ethereum is that if you could get a monthly close over around $2,870, that's enough to tell me we're probably we're going to go to new all-time highs. If you want to be a little aggressive, you can use 2,550.
Damn. Hopefully my boy is going to be able to continue to buy his purses if this goes down like that.
Yeah, he needs Vitalik needs a couple new Birkins.
Those are quite the expensive purses that he likes. So, I mean,
And just like Ferrari, where you gotta suck them off to buy anything, you gotta suck the Hermes dick to get a Birkin.
yeah, you do. Big time. Big time. Thank you, sir. And we'll do XRP with you after the salamis from Alex.
Sounds good.
Mr. Garlic Bread's coming back to the scene. Damas y caballeros, estamos viendo Ethereum en la de 2 semanas rápidamente para ilustrar algo sencillo. Esta es una línea meme, obviamente de tendencia alcista, que viene desde febrero del 2020, cuando el precio de Ethereum estaba en $123 y nos lleva hasta el día de hoy. Nunca habíamos perdido esta línea. Esta es la primera vez que la perdemos. No solo la perdemos, pero retesteamos y caemos, retesteamos y caemos. ¿Cómo se ve eso en sus ojos en este momento? Sobre todo cuando consideras que volatilidad está expandiendo ante esta gran caída en esta temporalidad. Ethereum no se ve bien. Vamos a ser completamente francos, honestos con todos nosotros. Ethereum no se ve bien en ninguna temporalidad, más que en las más nuevas, pero creo que estamos viviendo esos potentes rebotes en estos momentos. Pueden ver que Ethereum por primera vez en la historia rompe esta línea meme en paralelo. Está por debajo del 9 desde el mes pasado, desde el cuarto pasado. Está debajo del 21 y ahora no solamente está por abajo, ya testeó el 34, algo que nunca había hecho en la historia porque acaba de popular en la trimestral. Vamos a ver volatilidad. Volatilidad está apuntando para abajo, contrayendo. Esto nos lleva a simplemente técnicos. 1, alto, alto más alto, bien. Alto más bajo este ciclo, mal. ¿Por qué? Porque aunque no hayas roto tus mínimos de 879, esto te dice que muy probablemente no va a continuar a la alza y probablemente vaya a continuar rangueando o a la baja. Vamos a poner el HPR rápidamente para ver cómo se ve eso. Wow. Perfecto. Perfecto. Qué bueno que lo puse. Qué divertido. Cuando los precios están tan castigados, lo vieron con Cardano, el HPR se deforma muy cabrón. Acá lo tienen. Pueden ver que estamos ya retesteando la parte baja del 50% e intentando subir. De no poder romper los $2,000 a la alza, no vamos a poder ir a buscar la media. 2,000 a la alza y de perder los 1,600 a la baja, vas a buscar el 61.8% en $1,000 planos, no creando un mínimo más bajo que estos, pero empiezas a tocarle los huevos al diablo con eso. Un mes, también estamos muy por debajo de nuestra media y por debajo de la zona azul. Estamos también tapeando nuestro promedio del 100 en la mensual, güey, y rebotando en ella. Estamos por debajo de todos los promedios importantes hasta el 55. El más grande que tenemos es el 100, que está aquí abajo, y eso fue lo que nos catapultó de vuelta a la zona del 61.8%. De perder los 1,795 a la baja, vamos a tener otra oportunidad de no solamente venir a retestear los 1,466, sino ir a buscar los 1,260. y eso nos pondría en un nuevo mínimo local. Atentos. Con volatilidad expandiendo ante este movimiento de bajada, así que tenemos que tener cuidado. Ethereum se ve cocinado. Cocinado. Estás a punto de tener un cruce plateado en la de 2 semanas a la baja. Lo pueden ver acá arriba, donde el amarillo y el naranja están a punto de intercambiar lugares. Estamos rebotando en el 88.3%, que también fue el SMA 200, y eso nos debería llevar a los 1949. Vamos a ver si este rebote nos puede llevar hasta esta zona o si nos va a rechazar la línea meme o ya nos rechazó y simplemente vamos a continuar acá consolidando para continuar cayendo. O simplemente vamos a ir a los 1239 que están acá. Volatilidad está expandiendo ante esta gran caída también. Semanal empieza a pintar algo mejor para la gente solamente viendo esto, aunque si estás volteando a ver arriba todos tus promedios, cruce plateado a la baja, etcétera, el 9 en los 1926 debería ser tu oportunidad para hacerle un corto. ¿Por qué? Porque tienes este cruce plateado a la baja y de regla es cada que tocamos el 9 le apostamos a la baja si el cruce plateado es a la baja, y lo es. Todavía no llegamos ahí, pero no estamos tan lejos. Estamos en 1783, llegamos a 1830 y tantos. 1926 va a ser el área perfecta para rechazar, pero si nos está rechazando la parte baja de la zona azul como lo está haciendo en este momento y lo pueden ver acá, podríamos olvidarnos de ese escenario y darle más lugar a buscar objetivos más a la baja. Tres días estamos retomando el promedio del 9 y el 21 es el que sigue, que está justamente en los 1966. Eso nos pone tal cual en el otro escenario que estábamos diciendo, donde quieres hacerle corto justamente acá a Ethereum. ¿Dónde está tu stop loss? Básicamente en esta línea meme en los 2116, porque esos son estos máximos. Ahora, podría ser más especialito y ponerlo en los 2235, pero cualquiera de los dos podría jugar acá para ese gran corto. Aunque las malas noticias en la de 3 días es que la media ya te está rechazando y tienes que aguantar el 5. De perder los 1718, de perder los 1718, vas a caer a los 1600 y cacho, y eso empezaría esa tendencia bajista que estamos viendo en las temporalidades altas. Diaria, volatilidad apoyando el movimiento a la alza. Interesante, lo pueden ver acá. Eso es bueno. Ya tocamos la zona del 78.6%. Normalmente es donde se cansa el movimiento y continúa a la baja cuando se sobrecalienta máximo el 95 y si no el 88. Que nos pone en 1993, un poco cerca de ese objetivo que habíamos platicado. Por ahora queremos pasar los 1860 para arriba. De poder romper esos, podríamos ir a nuestro objetivo en los 1966 y ahí poder hacer nuestro siguiente corto. Y si superábamos esos 1966, entonces diríamos que alcista. Por ahora, bastante sencillo. Yo creo que la semanal es la más fácil de verlo. Así es, la semanal. Tu promedio del 9. De retomar tu promedio del 9 en confirmaciones, ve hasta dónde te puede llevar esto. 2300, 2400, 2600 y tal vez hasta los 2800. Pero hay una alta probabilidad de que este promedio del 9 te rechace a la baja y que dé continuación a la baja. Si no el 21 en los 2330 y tantos, pero de la parte más importante va a ser cerrar por acá. Perder los 1700 es lo que sería letal para Ethereum. 1700 es donde empezaríamos a buscar objetivos a la baja más agresivamente. Por ahora, atentos a la oportunidad de corto por acá, con una invalidación bastante sencilla a corto acá, o una segunda justamente acá en la línea meme verde que están viendo por acá. Vamos a ver qué exactamente se da, pero ahí lo tienen. Eso es Ethereum, damas y caballeros. Vamos con los Solamis, ¿cómo de que no?
All right, let me get this shared going. All right, nice.
It's good. The salami's going.
Now this is a better chart. This
There you
is
go.
easier to understand. So we are at resistance now. That's evident just simply based on that daily EMA 100. You're going to hear that a lot because we're talking about crypto, and a lot of stuff is honestly approaching big resistance right now. ADA and Solana, and even actually at 1800. But I want us to gauge this here. Before we had that breakdown, what was really stopping us? It was the EMA 100 on the daily. And then we broke down and we've had all this nice move down, 34 rejected, 34 rejected, reclaimed the 34, held it as support, simple, went up. So now what we have, and it was funny because I wanted 85, we missed it by $10. Of course it's going to happen because I tweeted about it. I was like, I want Solana to 85 in 3 months. Now we still have a month and a half before that fulfills, but I just think that's hilarious. I went to 95. But I still think personally that, well, Solana is still not looking the best to me. Now, it is strong, and it's one of the stronger alts, and that's just evident on kind of where we're at now. This is a big spot for Sol. The 152 to 155 is pretty major for Solana because what this essentially means is just similar to like here when we were holding 136, right? It just took us back to a bigger range. Very much like crypto, everything ranges, and understanding the range is where you get your volatility. So for me, it's like if we start reclaiming that daily EMA 100, yes, your next target will be technically 170. But then you really have to wonder if we're just going to take her home to 182. That's right around where that SMA 200 is. Always a major spot on any chart. And what you'll notice is on Solana, we actually hit it a lot here and then here. And then once we broke down from it, we've actually never tested it. So I'd have to be looking at 180 to 181 basically as an extremity trade. And let's see if the higher time frames can confirm that. So right now we see that the daily 9 is potentially going to get reclaimed. This is important because it's kind of solidifying the new range we're possibly in, which is maybe the weekly does close above 143. Maybe we get a pullback into next week. Maybe that pullback retests the weekly 9, and then we either go to 154 and we just keep ranging, or we actually do try to bust out from 154. Regardless, Sol is looking a little stronger, similar to Bitcoin, based on the weekly 9. We don't want this to get reclaimed if you're a bear. And if you're a bull, you need this to prove to you that this is support now by giving you the back test, right? It proved to you as a bear that this was resistance. You don't buy things here long them. No, you wait for the retest and let it prove to you that this will either SFP and go down or it'll actually hold. And that's kind of where Sol is at now. It is at resistance. We understood that, weekly SMA 200 was massive. We got a bounce from there. It was the first tap ever. So it made sense to see some reaction there. That's really why too. I think I was short on Sol and I closed it early. Now I closed it at like here, I think 100, and I went to 94. So it wasn't bad, but my reason being was just the SMA 200 on the weekly. It's strong on any chart. And even if you don't have a lot of data with it, you just have to assume the first tap on anything will get either bought up or rejected. So Sol is at resistance now. It's really now going to be just dependent on the daily, in my opinion. I don't think it's too useful on this chart to be using the weekly yet because it's really the rally is stopping here, and that's simply based on the daily. So you should be focused on the daily now. The daily under the EMA 100 still gives hopium to bears that this definitely could do a smackdown rejection, right? We just went up, and 2 candles were all the way back down to around 120. For me, though, technically, this should reject or find some resistance, and then even like I said on the weekly, if you're the most bullish, you're basically just looking for this area to hold around 140s. Because what has kind of been guiding us that Sol will break down? Well, you broke out, you then deviated 140, and then from there you kind of just fell, right? You broke out, you massive deviation. Okay, cool, 140 held, you got a bounce. And then once you deviated it, you rejected it, massive breakdown. So how we going to do this is you're either really bullish on Solana if you get daily, specifically weeklies back above 155. That'll be great. To me, it'll be like 170 to 181 is brewing. Until then, bears are looking at this zone to be the major rejection zone. They want the EMA 100 to either trap bulls by reclaiming it and in the next close essentially lose it, SFP, or just simply reject here. And this plays into our deal on Bitcoin kind of rejecting, ideally around where it's at. Sol will start to reject before Bitcoin, giving us more confidence that at least Sol's coming down, which therefore Bitcoin should. Because what we've noticed is Sol and Bitcoin kind of go hand in hand. Sol on Friday, I remember this because I was short. Yeah, it was, well, it did this. I mean, it started to move on Friday, and you know, and then it just started to really move up, but Sol started to really not break down while Bitcoin was looking kind of bearish. And even Alejandro mentioned that on Friday that, you know, Sol isn't really breaking down yet. So I don't know if we're going to break down on Bitcoin. He was 100% right. So now we need to gauge Sol and see the reaction here at 154, 155. It's very, very important. I see here at the 5-day 21.
I want to add what we were just chatting about, which I know it's completely off the charts, but Trump did just announce something. Trump coin did just pump, and that was the top on all markets when it happened last time.
Thank you, Mr. President. Please film. Please pump my shorts.
Please.
Yeah, no, that it is interesting.
So that's giving relative strength to Solana right now, which is holding at 151, which is interesting because it's not going higher. I like this. I like this.
Now you finally, and we went above it, but I said once, like 16. I don't know why the 5-day 21 is not populating on this chart, but I was using another exchange, but it's fine. Let me do this actually. Trump, USDT on Mexi. No, it's not even populated here. What the heck? Whatever. 16 should reject. That's a big zone on Trump coin. So we hit it. When I told you 16 is next, I was not expecting that to move another 30-20% from this point. So we hit it. So yeah, that kind of surprised me. Good point though, right? Like, you know, that is true. This definitely did fuck markets 100%. This specifically fucked Sol, actually, I will just say. I remember that because Sol was moving, then they launched Melania, and then everything on Sol collapsed. So it is interesting to see that. Solana is at resistance though. I will say that. On the 3-day, we're at resistance. We're at the 34. The 2-day here, we're basically at meme line resistance. Slightly could go higher, but again, you really want 155 to stop this rally. 5-day is at the 21. It's interesting to me because again, in this zone here was the 21 on the 5 days, literally what stopped us, and then we rejected. Similar to the EMA 100 here, the 5-day 21 on the daily, EMA 100, similar, stopped us here. So I have to be looking at this as the same exact thing. Now, did we tap and reject and tap it again and reject and tap it again and reject? Yeah, we can. So that's why I'm more on the camp like we could do this, we go back up, maybe form like a lower high, go back up, maybe hit it one more time, take stops out, and then go down. As long as we stay under 155, though, I will be bearish. That will shift if the daily EMA 100 gets reclaimed, and specifically a weekly above 155. Weeklies above 155 would start looking really good to me. Now, this can happen, of course. It's an altcoin. But, you know, I really just, with the weekly 9 reclaimed after it being lost, it's always important. Like, you know, we're under it. Yes, we lost it. Again, we don't long here. We need bulls to prove to us that this was support. It was not. Okay, great. Glad I never longed here. We broke out. Need bulls to prove to us that this was support. It's not. Okay, great. Glad I didn't front run the longs. Same thing. Like, this is an altcoin. This is altcoin price action. Same thing. Broke out, reclaimed the weekly 9. Needed to prove to me that it's support. And notice that whenever we broke out above them all, they always do retest it. You either SFP it or you hold it. This is different. We then broke out. You got the back test. You got 3 candles above it. You held it, and then you broke out. See the difference? That's why we need now, if you're a bull, this to actually prove to you that this, if it does reclaim the weekly 9, it's just not turning into a major SFP. But actually it going here, rejecting, coming here, consolidating, proving to you, and then going up. So Sol is at it's in a tight range now, 141 to 155. Until one of these gives, it's going to be tight. You don't really want Sol to go back around 133 because at that point, it'll mean that this whole candle got wiped out. We're already back at the EMA 100. and the lower time support. So really your line in the sand as a bull is just, okay, yeah, we reclaimed the weekly 9. I need that to hold. On a more lower time frame, it's simple. It's like, as long as we're holding above, the daily 9, then it should be, we will have a greater chance of going up again. Until then, you're now in a range, you're at resistance, you don't long resistance, you're actually looking for weakness here. Even if you are a bull, you would be looking for weakness here, another higher low to that higher high, and that's how trend works. Late longs get smoked because I do believe this is over a 2% move. Yeah, late longs get smoked on that move. Very bullish though, even still. And that's where we get our structure. So in summary, to me, Solana's at resistance. We're at major resistance. Actually, the last resistance where we bigly broke down. Here was the EMA 100. We're there. And now the 5-day 21, right? 5-day 21 right here, broke down. 5-day 21's right there. So we just need to be cognizant of that, especially if our bias is that Bitcoin is still bearish and looming a breakdown, because in order for that to actually be true, we need Solana to start breaking down or at least showing more weakness. And this isn't weak to me. And so if we do reclaim the 9, I still would gauge a pullback, but now you have to gauge if this is going to hold. And if that doesn't hold the weekly 9, great. It just did what it. And we're probably going to go down more, maybe to the 34. Oh, wait, no, because the 34 is up here. Yikes. Probably to the 100 then. If we lose the 9, we'll go to the 100. At that point, I'm not going to be convinced it's going to hold. Probably then back to the SMA 200. So Sol's at a very important spot. You want 155 to get reclaimed. Let's look at Sol BTC. That might guide us. But yeah, this is major resistance right now. So you just shouldn't long that. You should just wait. You reclaim 155. It's a lot easier to play that than front running longs here. This rolling over, still being bullish, and then it does your move. So I hate trades like that. Rarely will ever tell someone to just long right here. It's going to break out. That's just not how crypto works. And even this, look at that. Perfect confluence of this idea. All this simply would be was another backtest of the breakout zone before going up. So definitely I'm not in a long, I won't long this at all until we either get weeklies above 155 or this proves to me that 141 is support. Until then, you have actually a greater chance of shorting this, which hopefully I don't get clipped when this does do whatever it does. But today you do have a greater chance because it is at resistance. Now, Sol BTC is interesting. Let me go to the weekly. Oh, I remember this. I haven't looked at this in a minute. Remember this? Were we streaming? Yeah, we were streaming during this time. Remember this range? And it was just like the range that couldn't break out. And anytime we thought Sol would break out, anytime, it just would not. And this sucked because like this is when I wanted Solana to go to 500. But I always would say that it needed to reclaim 2.6 to get that move to 3, and we probably start seeing 400 or 500 Sol. It never could. It's like the chart that just couldn't. And on these fake breakouts, you just formed lower highs, and then you broke down. So now what we see is we are at support. I'll make this not dash. I'll make this an actual line. We are at support. We hit the bottom of my support too. Notice that's kind of where my line stopped. So I'm glad bulls did push up there. It made sense to get some kind of bounce here. But, it's like even here, what you're seeing now is potentially another 5-day lower high. Are you not? Like, boom, 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 and it's under the SMA 200. I'm not focused on this high, but just do you see that? It's like bearish. That's not really too bullish to me unless you break this high, of course, then awesome, that's good. But you have to question, when I see something like this and it's holding support, it's still above the 9, but we're now under the SMA 200 on the 5-day, I quickly shift and look at this because I'm like, okay, well, this isn't bullish price action. And honestly, if it was, we would have seen this high break this one, and then we would have consolidated on that SMA 200. It's at resistance on the 5-day even here. It is at resistance technically. This 5-day SMA 200 is quite important because what you're noticing is you get chopped to the downside. I will say, lose it, reclaim it, lose it, but it really like the Sol became fun when you got back above this and held it, right? Reclaimed it, threw it back on the third candle you launched. Now what you have is you've lost it, you've rejected it, possible rejection. So it's a big zone on Sol BTC. You have 5-day BBWP reset even. So a move is brewing. You know, and yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, how is this looking? Lowest volatility read ever on Sol's history. Yeah, I don't think the monthly EMA 100 is even populated on this. Never been, but this monthly chart's been under the 34 since it's populated. Or no, I'm wrong. Here it populated, we were under it. There's never been a time where we've lost the 34 is what I should say. That's better, right? We reclaimed it, we were up, everyone's happy, nice. We've never like been above it and then lost it here. We have to gauge then this is if we do start moving, let's say the daily does start reclaiming, let's say that EMA 100 or easier. Let's say the 5-day starts reclaiming because that is just cleaner. The SMA 200, probably a good chance then we will go up to the 34. Make confluence at the 34 on the monthly probably gets tapped again. That is resistance though. This candle proves to me that this is major resistance. We wicked above it, yes, but we still closed under it. So you have to gauge this as major resistance now. So yeah, I mean, Solana's looking okay on its BTC pairing. I will say it looks somewhat better than its Tether pairing, but you're just at the point where you're still like at resistance. So for me, it's like reclaim the 5-day SMA 200. The weekly reclaims the 9. Awesome. The weekly view is easy. You reclaim the 9, you get an easy move up to the 21. That is literally right where that basically monthly 34 is. That's not bad. That's a good sign. Until then, we are at resistance on Sol across the board. BTC pairing is, Tether pairing is literally at major resistance now. Everyone is super bullish. Bitcoin's at resistance. This is a spot where you don't long Sol. You rather wait, sit on your hands for the easy trade. Watching 155 on a weekly close. In doing so, probably going to move up to 180s. And bears are literally looking for this to reject now. So I like this chart over anything. ETH to me is an easier short than anything. Solana is always the second easier short as long as you're right on Bitcoin. And yeah, I mean, it's not bad. So in summary to me, you're at resistance on Solana. If you are a bull on Sol, you are still looking for a pullback here. A pullback would mean that you essentially get to either, retest this breakout, right? Just like here when we did it and here when we did it, you are now gauging for either retest, 9, hold support, go up, or even a weekly close holds here, and then you throw it back to the 9. That to me would make a lot of sense. Daily, I think it was the daily HPDR, kind of gives us confluence of that even. This is going to be breaking out and being bullish. The EMA 100 might stop us here. We should retest the 38.2%. Luckily for us, that is right around where 141, 142 is. Start losing that, yeah, I'm going to be slightly concerned just simply based on what has occurred in the past. So 141, 142 is really big support. 155 is really big resistance. Until one of those gives, you're just going to be in a range. And the range literally could just be like I said, this range here, 141, 155, until you get decision. We do know that a move is brewing because the Bitcoin pairing is resetting its volatility more than even the spot pairing. And I think the weekly was reset. No, but it is resetting. What was reset? Was it the 5-day? Yeah, 5 days reset. And the 5 days actually quite nice on Sol BTC. Last 5-day fired off. You essentially... So this last 5-day actually was interesting because you started to fire off down and then you started to go up. And then the move, that's really choppy. Did we fall into the moving average? Yeah, we did here. So once we fell into the moving average, the setup was done. Then we reset, not fully. And then once volatility started to pick up again, not even reset under 15%, Sol BTC dumped. I'll just take it from here. 33 to conservatively, you can call it 25%. So a 5-day BBWP setup's pretty big in my opinion. This is an easier one. This was to the upside. Fired off, boom. That was a nice, geez, 49%. So that's interesting to see that. I wonder, is Tether giving it? Yeah, it is too. Okay. So Sol is giving us a BBWP setup actually. To me, this, at least how I'm seeing things, it should fire off bearish as long as the 5 days under 160. It should be more bearish to me. That can quickly change. We're at resistance. Definitely don't long resistance. Watch 141, 142, and hope as a bull that that holds the back test. Because if it doesn't, well, you know, if you're itching to short, you easily can get a short here. If you don't feel comfortable shorting the extremity, fine, because where would you put your stop other than here? So then you should just wait for the daily 9 to get lost, short the daily 9, and you'd have your stop anywhere that topped here. That's an easier trade. And then, you know, that would have played out nicely here and here. So as a trader, you're kind of just looking for a short opportunity. If you don't want, you're just kind of waiting for a back test to either tell you to long it or short it simply. And 141 to 142 will tell you that. So yeah, that's all I have on Sol. It's looking okay, but it's still like, you know, kind of now just at major resistance. So yeah, hopefully that all made sense. I mean, it's not really the best chart. And even what you're going to notice here is that one, like I'm saying 155, fine, but like even here, where's the monthly 5 at? Yeah, it's like at 159. So, you know, I mean, even the monthly is telling you like this is bearish. We can bounce, obviously, but you should then be gauging this zone as just a rejection zone again. So it makes sense to me. I personally would be more on short watch, but I mean, it took my stop loss 2 times now, so I'm just not going to trade Sol until I get a blaring obvious setup. And that would be losing the daily 9 to me, specifically daily closures under 133. So that's it. That's all I have on Sol. Looks better than Cardano at least, but still at resistance.
It does. It really does. Thank you, sir.
Sure.
Let's see what we can pull with the Solamis right here. Got a weekly. Okay.
And your chart's
Solana.
actually.
It's super, and it's quite simple. I don't know why. I love Solamis, kind of like like fucking Rivian and Tesla. So
Yeah.
137 right here, the level with your EMA 100 on the weekly, that is the one to lose. 142 will be the warning. Like once you lose 142, it's going to be like, all right, get ready. Once you lose 137, that's it. Party's on. We can go hunt for the 200 SMA right here again at the bottom, at the local bottom, and go. You're about to have a silver cross on the weekly too to the downside, unless you get above 156, right? Because here's the 21, here's the 55. They're about to cross towards the downside, which means that could be the opportunity for the short right here at 156, which also coincides with the EMA 55. And 21 is at 160, which could also be Solamis likes to play around those numbers, right? Like 160, 156.
And the monthly 34, or I think the monthly 9 is right there too. Monthly 5 is at 159. So
let me see my monthly one right here. So yeah, monthly 9 is at 161. It's just a little above that, above the 160 that we talked about. And just look at this. That's literally that level right here. So it's been tapped before. It seems like it should be tapped. This is what I'm waiting for right now today. If we're going to continue to go on, Solana has to reach these levels, and Bitcoin might just fucking destroy us all out of our short. And then that means Bitcoin will go indeed to the 95,700s and then beyond. But I'm going to leave Bitcoin alone. If Solana doesn't cross 156, this shit's burned, cooked, and it was just a little bullshit, a little show,
I agree,
in my view.
I agree, because why would you form a hammerhead right up under the monthly 9, not reclaim it, not even flip underside resistance? It just seems like a bull trap because bulls are seeing the hammerhead that we see, and where it stops, the bottom of it.
And last time, due to proxy, right? Like you had Solana fucking pump to 295 when Trump pumped. How come Trump is not pumping it more right now, even though Trump pumped? Because that means more people are buying that shit.
Yeah.
That's not a good sign for Solana. Let's hope that it stays that way for our
Mr.
position.
President is currently short Solana.
That's but I'll do this quick for everyone. Thank you, Alex. Appreciate it. That was great. Solamis, damas y caballeros, vamos a verlo en la trimestral rápidamente, aunque esto es bastante fácil antes de ir a XRP. Les voy a enseñar rápido la trimestral. Estamos por encima del 9, el promedio del 9 está en los 132.55. Esa es la trimestral. Importante tener eso en mente. ¿Por qué? Vamos a acercarnos por acá. En la mensual tenemos nuestro promedio del 21 justamente en los 140, el 34 en 120 y nuestro promedio del 9 en los 161 justo con nuestras líneas memes. No nos sorprendería ver a Solana venir a retestear ese promedio del 9 y después continuar su caída. Cambiaríamos de opinión y creeríamos que esto puede tranquilamente irse a los 170 y que esta vaya a ser tu invalidación, simplemente cerrando por encima de 156. Encima de 156 puedes empezar a hacer esto, ir por acá y tal vez caer y que este sea tu máximo, tu alto más alto antes del alto más bajo que vas a poner. Esa sería la probabilidad. La cosa es, acaba Trump de pompear Trump. La moneda de Trump está... Trump. La diaria, se los voy a poner para que lo puedan ver, cómo Trump está pompeando. La última vez que Trump pompeó fue justamente acá y fue el tope del mercado en enero del 2025. Ahora, volvemos a tener este pompeo potente, potente, potente. Ya está calmándose, llegó hasta los $16, pero tuvimos este gran pompeo. Vamos a ponerlo el punto más bajo. Hasta arriba hizo un 126%. Pero Solana no subió tanto de precio. La última vez, ese pompeo de Trump llevó a Solana a 295. Esa es mi primera señal de que esto podría ser un rally bastante fallido. Ahora, en la diaria pueden ver cómo el promedio del 100 nos está rechazando y qué tan arriba estamos ya en el HPDR. El 78.6% es lo que nos está rechazando, ni siquiera hemos llegado, le está haciendo un front run y es aquí una vez más, 158. Este nivel por acá es muy importante, pero si no podemos superar los 152.38, ¿qué te digo, brother? ¿Qué te digo? Para ponérselas sencillas y poder escuchar a Farhan de XRP, les voy a decir esto. Mientras que sí, Solana está logrando un alto y un alto más alto, también después de este alto logró un bajo más bajo. Y esto no nos sorprendería a nosotros si lo rechazara y nos mandaría a continuación de nuevo por acá. Ahora, esta va a ser la zona importante, alcista o bajista, si es que regresamos acá. ¿Por qué? Porque esta zona es claramente la zona donde estás haciendo el breakout. Normalmente cuando tienes un breakout, ¿qué es lo que pasa con el precio? Hace esto, pero regresa para después darte el putazo para arriba. Eso es si eres alcista, quieres rebotar y no perder la zona de los 137, que es donde está tu EMA 100 en la semanal, ¿ok? Y también la coincidencia que es el 9 y el 55 en tu diaria. Si puedes aguantar esto y rebotar, bien. Si no, caes por acá y vuelves a subir, esta va a ser tu zona también para hacer un corto o si y ya. Porque esta es tu zona de breakdown. Hubiera funcionado acá y ya. Hubiera funcionado acá y ya exactamente. Una vez que se cayó, lo pudiste haber hecho acá. Hizo el pre-front run y vámonos al pito. Justamente acá es lo que estás buscando. ¿Quieres ser alcista en Solana? No está difícil. Lo único que tienes que hacer es primero pasar los 156. Después de los 156 vas a tener un viaje gratis a los 172 y de ahí vas a tener que pelear con básicamente estos máximos en 180. Ahora, eso es si eres alcista. ¿Quieres bajista? Vas a perder los 151, de ahí vas a perder los 140 y... Espérame. Exacto. De acá en donde estás. Si eres bajista, vas a perder los 143. De los 143 va a ser tu primer aviso. Tu segundo aviso y tu confirmación va a ser perder los 137. Una vez que pierdes los 137, que es justamente donde está el SMA, el 100, el EMA 100, eso te va a llevar para abajo a buscar un nuevo mínimo. Y es lo que básicamente estamos viendo en estos momentos en Solamis, damas y caballeros. Ahí lo tienen. Vámonos a ver XRP, que la gente quiere saber cuándo esto va a ser el dinero del planeta. Ready to listen
The
to
future of
some XRP.
France.
The future of France, of finance, of my ass, of everything.
You're gonna
That's
right up there
Bitcoin.
to invalidate that. Yeah, I know. I'm zooming out.
Oh, don't you fucking do that to us.
I have to switch it up on you. You can never. I have to make it so you can never predict my next move. All right, so we can do the quarterly on XRP since we have enough data for it. This is it's getting right to the decision point where if we're gonna shoot to massively new all-time highs or if the top is already in, because we did put in a major topping candle right here, and as long as we are below this candle's high at about $3.40, it's more of a top than continuation to the upside. Right now, momentum is right at the edge of the bullish control zone. And if you notice in our 2021 cycle top, that's exactly where you find our top. The only time that we went above the bullish control zone was in that 2017, 2018 cycle. And if you remember, the same other similarity between this cycle and the 2018, 2017 cycle is that it went to new all-time highs. In the 2021 cycle, it did not. So that does give you a little bit more bias that you could break into that bullish control zone, and that would tell you that you're probably going to break these highs here. Right now, momentum is still strongly to the upside, while volatility is supporting it now. The jewel is broken out of the bearish control zone, still giving you a buy signal. Although you would have to lean on the bear side as long as you're below that $3.40 area. Well, what you can front run it with is if you were to close over this 61.8% on a quarterly. And that's at about $2.46. If that happens, then it just increases the probabilities that you're probably going to, at the very least, retest this area and if not break it. Let's go down a little bit lower. Monthly is still holding the 5 like a champ. When this candle's low came all the way down to the 9 EMA, swept all of these lows, and then bounced up bigly, and it's still holding the 5 EMA. For some reason, this looks way stronger than Bitcoin does. It's still holding. The one thing that similarities between this and Bitcoin, however, is momentum is now freshly to the downside, and but volatility is contracting. So there is a chance, there is a possibility that this could just put in a higher low and go to the upside. It's all going to depend on what Bitcoin does. But if Bitcoin is in a bear market, then this is not going to matter. And it's probably going to have one red dildo that's going to erase this entire move. Right now, monthly is still positioned to the upside because momentum is contracting with volatility contracting. If we were to lose this 90 EMA, however, at around $1.81, that would be enough for me to basically front run retracing this entire candle, and I'd probably short at that point. But if you want to be more aggressive, you would wait for a monthly close below about this one here, actually. This is at about $1.78. If you're aggressive, you would short it with a loss of that. But if you want to be more conservative, you would wait for the 9. And if you lose the 9, or if you lose the 9, yeah, you're going to come back down. You're not going to come to the 21. That's a little too easy. This is where most people are probably going to long. You're more likely going to come down to the 38.2%. And this is going to be the last area where you're absolutely going to have to hold it. I don't think it's going to hold personally based on my overall views on the market, but there's a chance you could hold it right below $1. And if you do manage to hold it, and you would want to see the type of bounce where you close back over the 21, then you're probably going to go to new all-time highs. But what's more likely to happen is once it goes below $1, it's probably going to capitulate.
Don't say that.
It would be very dirty to see XRP finally go to new all-time highs and then drop below 80 cents again. 2-week is now freshly breaking into the bearish control zone with volatility expanding from 0%. We've got a God mode sell signal. We've lost to 38.2%. As of right now, we are technically rejecting the 5. We can, if we continue on this bounce, go all the way up to the 38.2%, which wouldn't quite take out this lower high. That would be a very, very dirty bearish retest, right up to like $2.50. But it likely does reject there and probably is going to come back down at a minimum to this 21 EMA, where I guess, yeah, it is possible for the bulls to hold it here. I'm just on the side that it's not going to hold and we're probably going to go lower. And it probably is going to be somewhat of a downwardly move until we get somewhere around $1. Weekly is now positioned to the upside, like Bitcoin is, with volatility contracting. And now we have that dual sell signal with the pink crossing below the yellow within the bearish control zone, and we have the God mode background. Hopium right now is if we can close over this area right here, which is the same, just below 250 to 246, that would make it more likely that you're going to come back up and retest this breakdown point. And it's going to be on that. At that point, it's going to be a lot more likely that you're going to go to new all-time highs. Right now, what I'm the best case scenario for bears is this weekly in 4 days and 7 hours closes below the median. Median is a little bit below where we are right now. It's about $2.08 or about 15. No, 1.5. Can't do the math. I think it's 15 cents. 15 cents above it right now.
About.
I suck with this type of math, which is actually very sad. If we were to close below that median, though, however, we're not going to go down to just the 38.2%. We're very likely going to go get a bounce at this 55, sweep this low a little bit. That bounce probably takes us to the 38.2% at 180, but we're probably not going to get any type of a significant bounce until we get to the 100 at around 122. And that bounce is also very likely going to fail, and I'm ultimately looking at below $1. 5 days doing the same thing as the weekly. Momentum's up, volatility's down. 5 day, however, is not above the median just yet, makes it a little bit more likely that the weekly could close below it. 2 day has now invalidated the silver cross to the downside. Momentum is, however, close to turning back down. If it does continue with this curvature on this next open, it will likely lose the bullish control zone. And that goes along with probably another retest of this 38.2%, which right now is at about $2.06, $2.07. If this area starts to fail to hold, that's probably gonna what's gonna activate that move towards 122, then $1. Daily is now flipped up as well on momentum, getting back into the bullish control zone. It has volatility support, and the daily is giving you a buy signal on the jewel. And we've closed over the 38.2%. Right now, we still are rejecting this previous lower high, which is getting a shooting. As of right now, it is a shooting star candle, and if it closes like this, that would be quite bearish. If we can manage to close over this high of $2.46, then it's going to start to shift a little bit more into the bulls' favor. We do have a little bit of an inverse head and shoulders right here. Likely brings us back up to retesting somewhere around this mid to high 260s area. And then I'm going to be more around 70% bullish to 30% bearish, thinking that we're probably going to go to all-time highs. 4 hours now starting to turn down, making it more of a probability that the top is in right now. However, volatility is contracting. What is going to cause volatility to expand the momentum to the downside is if we can finally lose this 5 EMA. This thing has been support basically this entire way up. If we lose that 5 EMA, then at a minimum, we're probably going to come back down to retest this 200. And I'm going to be on the side that we're probably breaking down at that point. That's at around $2.14. Switch to the RSI. Nothing. XRP doesn't have any of the bearish divergences that Bitcoin does. Only on the 2 week does it have it. And has it been confirmed? No. Interesting. It's just a possible 2 week bearish divergence. And it will be confirmed if you can close below $1.61. And at that point, it's over. It's coming very likely down for a bounce at around 97 cents to $1, and then probably somewhere around this 200, which is right now at 65 cents. And that would be, since we have made a higher high, there is less of a chance now that we're going to make a lower low. So I would say right now, I am leaning towards the 65 cent area being the next bear market bottom. Weekly on a counterpoint, however, is putting in another drive of hidden bullish divergence, and it will confirm if you can close over $2.18. And your target on that divergence would be this previous rejected lower high, right around 250 to 260. If you can start closing over this area, then I'm going to start to say we're going all-time highs. Does that align with any of our RSI targets? The bullish control zone is right around new all-time highs at $4.30. And you got to remember, the only way that a hidden bullish divergence can be possible is within an uptrend. So that means our XRP is still in a weekly uptrend. Three-day is now about to put in a third drive of bullish divergence. It will confirm as long as you're closing above $2.14. That also brings you back down to up to that 250, 260 area. And then your next target is all-time highs. Even if we do go up to 250 to 260, despite me looking like a clown if I'm wrong, I do think it's going to reject. 2 days now, many drives of bullish divergence. It's going to be active as long as you're closing over $2.04. And continuation would take you also to that 250, 260 area. I'm prepared to get hit with that every single day for the next couple of years if I'm wrong and we go to new all-time highs. Because I know it's coming. Let's see. Any hidden? There is technically some hidden bearish divergence possible. The only way to confirm it, though, is to put in a local top, and you would have to close below about $2.06. And then you're very likely going to go to the bearish control zone. At that level right now is at, oh, beautiful number of 95 cents. But it's only a possibility. It's not been confirmed. Nothing here. We had some hidden bullish divergence, but that's now been invalidated. Quarterly is still to the upside, and the pivot, funny enough, is like way below where you're at right now. We could drop by 50% and we would still be above the pivot. It's sitting at $1.07. But what I'm interested to see is right now we are approaching the edge of the bearish control zone. So this next quarterly, which is going to be quite a ways away from now, 2 months, if this pivot goes up, that would tell us that it's Jover. But the problem with that is a lot can happen in 2 months, and by that time, what if XRP is sitting at like $4? It's not really going to help us to see what the pivot is at that point because we're going to have gone to way new all-time highs. And if you were waiting for that, you would have missed the move. Monthly is dancing right around, flipping to the downside. It's still pointed up technically, just like how Bitcoin in the quarterly is still technically pointed up, but it's below the pivot. And as long as we close below $2.73 in the next 7 days and 7 hours, monthly is going to freshly flip down. And the last time monthly freshly flipped down anywhere around this zone was at our 2021 cycle highs, basically all but confirming that we're in the bear market for XRP. Right now, monthly volatility is contracting. If we lose this 5 on the fund, I'm sorry?
Oh, nothing. I'm sorry. You froze for a second. So go back to
Okay.
this thought.
Which one?
If you lose
Momentum being
this,
down? Yeah, so if you lose this 5 on a monthly close, that's where you likely start to get volatility expansion. And volatility expansion on a monthly with momentum to the downside is pretty bad for XRP. It retraces all of its entire pumps and then some, which is what gives me that 65-cent target number. 2-week also sharply pointed to the downside. As of right now, volatility is contracting. If you get a close below this, I would say you could even use the 21 EMA. You wouldn't have to use the spic low. Right around that $1.85 area, then you're going to get volatility expansion, and then you're going to get a pretty aggressive move towards that. First 120s and then $1. And right now we are right at the edge of the bullish control zone. So if we do continue to close to the downside, we are going to lose the bullish control zone. And we have not lost this bullish control zone this entire way through. Last time we lost it was in July of 2023 when we got that pump on XRP winning the lawsuit. And we are going to be flipped down below 268. So pretty likely in the next 4 days, we're going to flip down, or we're going to remain down. Weekly is currently flipped to the upside, just like Bitcoin is. However, it's dancing around flipping down. Volatility is currently contracting with the price pumping. And if we do close in the next 4 days and 7 hours below 224, momentum is going to freshly turn down, reject getting out of the bearish control zone, putting it in a perfect other lower high, and then we probably capitulate. These shitcoins are not going to make it easy for you.
Mm-hmm.
5 days currently pointed to the upside, just like Bitcoin, with volatility contraction. And we're going to be pointed up above 198. As of right now, though, we are still rejecting this 21 EMA. Close over the 21 EMA on the 5 day. Then you could also use that as telling you we're probably going to move to 250 to 260. 2 days also pointed up with volatility contraction. We're getting into the bullish control zone on the 2 day, and we're pointed up above 198. Same number. That $2 area seems to be very important. Daily is also pointed freshly to the upside, rejecting getting out of the bullish control zone, but it's still getting volatility contraction. And it's going to be pointed up above 219, and we're very, very close to that number right now. This flipping down would give us very likely volatility contraction and a capitulation move. I mean, volatility expansion. 4 hours now freshly turned to the downside, going along with that daily idea of daily getting volatility expansion to the downside. And 4 hour is flipping down, just about to lose the critical zone with volatility expansion, and it will remain down as long as you're below 225. So it's going to come down to this 4 hour closure. If you remain this to the downside, probably going to dump towards 180s, get a little bit of a bounce at 180s, then capitulation towards 120s, a little bit of a bounce at 120s, and then probably a bigger bounce somewhere around 95 cents to $1. Right now, in the higher time frames, it does look more bullish than Bitcoin. Can't argue against that. Although the argument against that is somewhat of an argument against that that it is a shitcoin, so it's going to follow whatever Bitcoin does, but it does look better. Technicals are saying that it's bullish. The quarterly is pointed up, and we're more than 100% above the pivot. The monthly is still pointed up. It doesn't have any bearish divergences. It starts to flip down to the 2 week, which is what gives you the probabilities that it could bleed into the monthly, which will then bleed into the quarterly. And what XRP usually does is it always retraces its entire full pumps and then some, making it ever so slightly higher low. That's why I'm thinking that bigger bounce at 95 cents to $1 will fail, and we're probably going to go somewhere between 60 cents and 70 cents. And I'd say that's our next bear market bottom. Right now, on the lower time frames, the momentum is pointing up. It does look like there's a decent probability we can see somewhere around 250 to 260, although I have high conviction that area is going to reject. And then sooner rather than later, we're going to break below $2 and then eventually towards $1. And maybe in a couple of months, somewhere around 70 cents.
Good job,
The
sir.
invalidation on all of that is a weekly close over 260.
Okay. 260. Wait, I don't know why I put you just in there. In case you want to have some fun there. There you go. There we are. What was I going to ask you? So one question, because you had on the monthly, it looked like the pivot was around 2.7. Is that not right?
Monthly
like the monthly
is,
pivot went up to
273.
But
went
that's
up a lot.
still, so that's flipping down. Yeah, that's bearish as fuck, no?
But it's still pointed up.
Got it. Okay. So because it's pointed out, it's still not fully.
Yeah.
Okay.
But whenever the number goes up, but it's still pointed up, it just tells you that it's probably going to flip down after the next close.
Got it. Okay. Got it. So in 7 days, 7 hours, probably we'll see that flip.
Yeah. Bulls
Okay.
would have to pump the price all the way up to 273 to remain it to the upside in 7 days.
Perfect. Okay. Understood. Under motherfucking stood. Anything else you boys like to add? Say, I know Alex is frozen. Maybe we can hear him.
Nope.
Nope. All right. Well,
I'm just very happy that the thesis is currently playing out. I hope I don't get proven wrong, and hope we don't go to new all-time highs.
let's. Well, we'll be just fucked out of our trade, and then we'll get on that side. But for now, it's looking good. Let's keep being positive, and let's see what happens. Thank you so much. dude. Really appreciate it. Thank you, Alex. I know that you're out. Appreciate you. Have a good one.
Luego.
Enjoy. Ok, vamos a ver XRP para acabar este día de análisis, damas y caballeros. XRP, y eso es algo bastante chistoso, como dice Farhan. En tablas generales, solamente viendo tablas, eso sigue viendo alcista. Tienes tu máximo, no máximo, pero un nuevo máximo. Y tienes todos estos mínimos subiendo. Y cuando volteas a ver la trimestral, estás viendo que también el pivote literalmente de momentum está en $1 y todavía faltan 2 meses para cerrar esa tabla. Y estamos en 2.3, en 2.2. Estamos cotizando en 2.2 en este momento. Entonces, si me voy a la trimestral y te pongo para cambiar esto, para literalmente flipear esta tabla a, ¿cómo se llama? A negativa, tienes que caer hasta acá. Ahora, recuerden, esto va a subir en los siguientes 2 meses exageradamente, como lo hizo en la mensual. La mensual empezó en 47, después se fue a 1 y ahora está en 2.7, que es esta zona, que es donde está la mensual. Todavía no es bajista porque está apuntando para arriba. Y mientras está apuntando para arriba en la mensual momentum, lo único que toma para cambiarlo y que se voltee para abajo es simplemente la siguiente vela abriendo. Entonces, en 7 días, porque es lo que falta para la mensual, perdón, no sé por qué no les puse la mensual, en 7 días va a cerrar esto y una vez que cierre por debajo de los 2.7, esto se va a cambiar, va a flipear para abajo y momentum va a estar apuntando para abajo a menos de que estés por encima de 2.7. ¿Qué nos quiere decir eso? Que probablemente nos va a llevar a los objetivos como en la de la trimestral, que está por ahí del dólar. Y ahora muchos van a decir, güey, ¿cómo va a caer tanto así de putazo? ¡Ah! Todo es posible. Aunque, y se tiene que repetir una vez más, la tabla, si solamente estamos viendo la tabla y no supiéramos que está relacionada con Bitcoin, esto se sigue viendo muy alcista. ¿Ok? Que quede claro. ¿Cómo se llama? Y de nuevo, son temporalidades muy altas, etcétera. No podemos quedarnos simplemente con esto. ¿Qué sería lo primero que tenemos que perder para ponernos bajistas? Tener un cierre por debajo de 1.9. 1.9 porque es esta vela topera. Eso confirmaría la vela topera y eso nos llevaría al siguiente nivel para abajo. Vamos a verlo en el HPDR, a ver si nos cuenta alguna historia. Y sí, pues venimos del 88.3%, estamos cayendo al 76%. Siguiente objetivo sería perder el 1.8. Si pierdes el 1.8, muy probablemente vayas a caer a la parte alta de la zona azul y eso es $1, hijo de puta. Wow. Wow, eso sería muy interesante. Para poder invalidar esta vela topera, lo único que tienes que hacer es poder cerrar por encima de $3, para darles el número exacto, $3 con 2 centavos. $3 con 2 centavos eliminaría esta vela topera mensual y un cierre por debajo de 1.89 confirmaría esta vela y nos llevaría para abajo. Por ahora faltan 7 días y 7 horas para cerrar esta vela. Estamos en 2.23. Nada de qué preocuparnos. Por encima del 9, encima del 21. Todo continúa y se sigue viendo alcista. No quiero agregar ningún intervalo, carnal. Espérame. Vamos a la de 2 semanas. 2 semanas. Aquí, atención, es donde empezamos a ver la cosa un poco más compleja. Estás viendo cómo literalmente todo esto sube agresivamente. Y para poner las cosas un poco peor, acá tienes el promedio del 9 que te está rechazando junto al 50%. De no poder cerrar arriba de 2.25, vas a dar continuación a la baja y tu siguiente objetivo va a ser tu promedio del 21 en el 1.84. De no aguantar tu 1.84, 1.50 sería tu siguiente objetivo. Vamos a ver si Momentum nos cuenta alguna historia. No, digo, volatilidad no, está contrayendo. Semanal. Esta nos pone un poco adelante de la jugada. Está nuestra media en 2.08, estamos en 2.23 y de poder aguantar esto y aparte el promedio del 9 en los 2.22, de nuevo queremos estar en 2.23, eso nos podría dar un buen chance a ir a los 2.45. 2.45 nos rechazaría o continuaríamos a la alza. Tendremos que ver una vez que nos acerquemos por ahí, pero eso llevaría bastante fuerza porque simplemente te pone por encima de tus promedios. Esto sería un SFP. Y si esto es un SFP, entonces tendrías que regresar muy probablemente a esos buenos nuevos altos. La cosa es sencilla, though. Tienes el rechazo de la media en la de 5 días y ahora te está aguantando el 21 y el 9. De perder los 2.18, vas a los $2 y de los $2 te puedes continuar tranquilo al 1.8 y eso empezaría a escalonar todo el escenario que les estaba contando hace un segundo. Volatilidad está contrayendo, no tenemos nada que platicar por acá. Vamos a la de 3 días para que nos cuente. Igual y vamos a poder superarlo. Nos está, parece, hasta ahora rechazando el 50% encima del 21. Eso es bueno. Eso nos pone, y siempre y cuando podamos cerrar esta vela en un día y 7 horas por encima de 2.21, debería darnos una buena oportunidad de tener un impulso a 2.50. De no poder aguantar los 2.21, estás hablando una vez más de los $2 y de ahí el 1.85 que sigue repitiéndose una y otra vez en diferentes tablas. Diaria nos pone la fotografía fácil porque si perdemos el promedio del 100 que está aquí, que también ahora está por encima del 55 y está en los 2.21, de perder los 2.21 muy probablemente vas a caer a la parte alta de la zona azul en los 2.15 y de no aguantar media 2 y la parte de abajo que es también donde está tu SMA 200 en el 1.97. Bastante sencillo de entender. Véanlo en la de 5, ¿era la semanal o la de 5 días? Véanlo en la de 5 días. Si en la de 5 días podemos aguantar el 21 y también retomar los 2.32, vámonos para arriba. Si llegamos a perder los 2.21, márcalo, 2.21, que es tu promedio del 9 en la de 5 días, y de ahí llegas a perder los 2.06, que es tu promedio del 34, una vez más, tabla de 5 días, ahí vas para abajo. Vamos a ver cómo la juega. Es muy temprano para hablar de esto. Simplemente creemos que por seguir a todas las demás criptomonedas, que nunca digo criptomonedas, si les escribo algún día y diciendo, oye, ¿cómo vas con tus inversiones en criptomonedas? No soy yo. Nunca te voy a escribir a ver cómo vas con tu inversión de criptomonedas. Tengo una esposa que es suficientemente latona, ¿no? ¿Cómo se dice? Que da mucha lata. Y con eso tengo suficiente para estar peleándome. Así que no necesito mandarles mensajes a ver qué está pasando. Pero ahí lo tienen. XRP, algo sencillo, pero al mismo tiempo algo complejo. 2.21, zona importante. Queremos aguantar por ahí, no perderlo y poder continuar a la alza. De perder los 2.21, atención a no perder los 2.18 y de perder los 2.18 probablemente vas a perder los $2 y ahí nos veremos la próxima semana en los 1.90 y tantos o el viernes. Podría ser este viernes mismo. Así que ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Vamos a ver cómo va el mercado. SP500. Bien, buen rechazo. ¿Puedo poner esto, por favor? SP500 con el rechazo, ahora cayendo sobre el 61.8% y estando en los 5,338 como Dios manda. Mientras que el mercado sí está pompeando, el dólar está subiendo, poniendo un hammerhead justo en el 95%, por encima de la línea meme, el dólar empieza a darnos una idea de que va a dar para arriba y que efectivamente estamos ante una corrección de todo. Y exactamente, porque los bonos regresaron otra vez para arriba, toda la tranquilidad que todo el mundo está vendiendo a todo el mundo, el peso me la confirmó porque el peso estando aquí es lo que me está diciendo el siguiente paso de esto. Además del dólar, los bonos y una vez más, Solana. Solana es lo que uso yo de indicador. Solana explotando a la alza, bien, pero ahorita está justamente donde va a rechazar y si llega a rechazar Solana, Bitcoin va a rechazar y vámonos con los shorts a todo. Por ahora está jugando un poco el mercado a nuestro favor. Vamos a ver cómo continúa, pero sin más ni más, aquí estamos. Lo que necesiten, ahí está nuestro Discord. Recuerden, nunca les vamos a mandar mensajes, se los juro por mi vida, diciéndole, güey, dame tu dinero y yo te voy a dar 10% garantizado. No existe, no hay corrupción en el Retrading Academy. Y esto literalmente te están pegando en la avaricia, carnal. En la avaricia es lo que están haciendo. Porque los mensajes que les mandan, y ya lo acabo de confirmar, ponen, no te voy a mandar un mensaje privado, y aún así le estás contestando el mensaje privado al que está clonando la cuenta que dice que no te va a mandar un mensaje privado. Así que, por favor, nunca te voy a escribir yo, nunca te va a escribir Alex, nunca te va a escribir Farhan, nunca te vamos a decir que vengas y nos des dinero y nosotros vamos a invertir tu dinero. Eso es completamente ilegal y necesitamos permisos para eso, ¿ok? Y lo de copy trading, no hacemos copy trading, no lo hacemos. Estamos aquí, tienen las señales, tienen videos de 4 horas, 3 veces a la semana, o sea, 12 horas a la semana para ver análisis. Y cualquier otra cosa que necesiten, ahí está en el etradingacademy.us, aquí en los links de abajo. ¿Quieres tradear futuros con nosotros? Ahí está el enlace de Bluffin, ahí está el enlace de BTCC para que también lo puedas hacer con acciones tokenizadas. Puedes hacerle un corto a Tesla cuando se vea apetitoso, que es más, ¿sabes qué? Voy a voltear a ver dónde estaría esa zona. 266, 269, 268 más o menos. Interesante. Interesante. Vamos a ver si Tesla llega ahí y pues ahí abriremos algo en el eTrading Academy. Les mando un abrazote. Gracias a todos ustedes por estar acá. Regresamos con Nadie Me Preguntó mañana. Regresamos con Toño mañana. Con todo. Y ahora solamente estoy esperando que el gran Bruno me ayude con lo final de lo del teléfono y la cuenta de Facebook, que me quiero destruir los huevos, pero ya casi estamos. Les mando un abrazote, pórtense bien. Nos vemos pronto. Gracias. Oigan, gracias.